Chapter 844. Walking on a small path made of hardened soil, the three of them stumbling along. The path leading to the undead town was as desolate as ever. 23 plus WX. This was a small black forest. Bones and broken armor could be seen on both sides of the road from time to time, adding a hint of gloominess to this undead town. There was a war here before. Ron held the long dragon bone staff in his hand as he walked slowly, saying, "I can feel some restless souls here." Nicole was silent for a moment. In the undead main plane, there is no place that can avoid war. Nicole fell silent once more. The three of them walked in silence, the atmosphere somewhat stifling. At this moment, Ron's footsteps came to a halt. He looked around and tapped the ground with his bone staff. Soon after, a soft incantation reverberated in this small forest. Not long after, the forest quieted down. The stifling and terrifying atmosphere from before was swept away. A breeze blew through the forest, and the trees rustled. Nicole blinked her large, adorable eyes. "What did you do?" "Nothing much. I just let these souls rest in peace. Let's go." Ron sighed and walked in front silently. "What a weirdo." Nicole grumbled unhappily. "Ron, I have a question." Shea, who had been walking silently behind them, suddenly spoke up. "This undead town isn't far from us. Why can't we fly there?" "Fly there?" Ron was stunned for a moment before saying, "You can't fly in the main plane of the undead. There seems to be some kind of restriction here. I just tried it, and it became very strenuous to fly for a while." Shea made a soft "oh" sound, declining to comment. As a Death Knight, she wasn't good at flying. "No, Ron, you're wrong." Nicole turned around and pursed her lips into a smile. "It's not that you can't fly here, it's that you can't use your own strength to fly. To be precise, you'll be restricted when you use your own strength to fly. You'll use up your strength very quickly, and it'll be very strenuous. Apart from creatures with natural wings, such as birds. It's said that this is a restriction set down by the highest gods. So that's how it is." Ron and Shea finally understood. The three of them chatted and soon arrived at the ghost town. This was a small town, and the walls seemed to be in name only. It looked as if they would collapse if a gust of wind blew past. Something that looked like a spirit summoning banner fluttered in the wind, and on a relatively clean archway, one could vaguely make out the words Death Knell Town. Nicole walked to Death Knell Town's tightly shut wooden gate and gently pushed it. With a crack, the broken wooden gate collapsed, giving Nicole a fright. "It's actually so weak. What's the difference between having this door and not having it?" Ron shook his head, expressing that he was too disappointed. He was a loss, just like he was when he came to the undead plane. Nicole shrugged her shoulders, indicating that it was none of her business. She then led Ron and Shea in. Death Knell Town looked like a small town on the surface, but inside, it was like a small village. Other than a straight main street and some unpresentable buildings on both sides, there was nothing else. The houses of the undead were usually built with wood, the black wood harvested from outside the city. It added a gloomy feeling to this Death Knell Town. What surprised Ron and the other two was that there was only one long street in this small town, and it was completely empty. "There's no one here." Nicole surveyed the surroundings. "It looks like an abandoned town." "No. There are people here, but they're all hiding and spying on us in the dark." Shea's eyes were like lightning. She had already seen the many pairs of black eyes hidden behind the tightly shut windows of the dilapidated houses in the town, sizing them up. Ron was already aware of this. He was stronger than Shea and Nicole, and nothing in Death Knell Town could be hidden from him. Ron closed his eyes and muttered to himself for a while. He then said, "Shea, go and knock on the door. Tell them that we are travelers from afar and need some help." Ron did not lack these things. He was just anxious to know the situation in the undead plane. Although Nicole knew a little, she had already left the undead plane for a long time. Shea nodded, took a few steps forward, and said in a clear voice, "Residents of Death Knell Town, please believe that we have come without any malice. We are mercenaries who have come from afar and need food and water. Please help us." Shea's voice was not loud, but spread far and wide. She was a very competent mercenary and naturally knew how to deal with this unfamiliar situation. But what disappointed Ron was that Shea did not get any response even after she repeated it 3 times. "What do we do?" Shea turned around and asked. "Maybe they don't want to pay attention to us." Ron thought for a while and shook his head. "Forget it. There's no need to force it. Let's go." Shea and Nicole silently nodded. They would listen to Ron. At this moment, the window of an ordinary house in Death Knell Town was slightly pushed open. 2 pairs of eyes looked out with vigilance. "Big brother, they are not really leaving, right?" A young girl looked outside with a nervous expression. She was a necromancer and was different from Ron and Shea. She was a standard undead clan member. Like Klein, she had a pale face without a trace of blood, black hair, and black eyes that faintly glowed with a green light. "Impossible. This is the only path to the Forgotten City." The one who spoke to the undead girl was a boy who was only a few years older than her. He was an undead warrior and held a 2-handed long sword in his hands. His strong arms and slender body made him seem very agile. The undead girl looked over and saw 3 people walking towards their house. The tallest Death Knight was leading them, while the other necromancer and undead witch doctor were following behind. They claimed to be mercenaries from afar. Although I don't know how strong they are, there are knights among them. "Big brother, I think we should be more careful." The undead girl slowly looked away. Her intuition told her that these 3 people were very dangerous. "Haha, knights. So what if they're death knights?" The undead boy waved the 2-handed long sword in his hands, a sinister look in his eyes. "There are only 3 of them, while we have hundreds of undead warriors in Death Knell Town. So what if she's a knight?" "Look carefully. These 3 people are undead. They're not orcs with strong bodies, nor are they dwarves or gnomes who can shoot. We're definitely going to win this battle." The undead boy's eyes were filled with unprecedented confidence, a burning desire to fight, and a flash of greed. "Vitra, don't hesitate. Let's do it." These guys are wearing bright clothes. It looks like they have a lot of black crystal coins on them. It should be enough for our town to use for a while. The undead girl, called Vitra, hesitated for a while before finally nodding her head. "Use the undead transmission to contact the others. We'll attack as soon as they enter the ambush." The undead boy stared fixedly at Ron and the other 2, his face full of excitement. Ron quietly walked through this dark and terrifying town, his vigilant gaze sizing up his surroundings. Just as Shea had said, this wasn't an abandoned town. On the contrary, there were many people here. From the houses on both sides of the road, under the windows, on the roofs, there were pairs of spying eyes everywhere. However, these eyes were filled with fanaticism and greed. Chapter 845. Rumble. With a loud sound, Ron felt the ground beneath his feet disappear as he sank into the ground. Then, a large black net fell from above and enveloped the 3 of them. 23 WX. Ron was shocked. He tried to stand up, but he felt his feet tighten. Countless cold, pale arms reached out from the ground and grabbed onto Ron's feet, dragging him down. "Not good. We've been ambushed." At this moment, no matter how stupid Ron was, he understood that they had fallen into a trap. Most of the residents of Death Knell Town were bandits. "Kill." At this moment, a deafening battle cry came from outside the trap. From the sound of it, there were no less than 1,000 people. To be honest, Ron didn't feel much panic. There weren't many powerhouses among these people. Most of them were at the master or master rank. Of course, the definition of powerhouse was only for Ron. What he didn't understand was why these people wanted to make a move against them. He also didn't think about how to deal with these undead who also cultivated soul force. The undead youth took the lead. At this moment, he had already jumped into the trap. He was as agile as a leopard, and his sharp eyes stared at the dragon bone staff in Ron's hand with a greedy look on his face. Holy weapon, dragon bone staff. This way, Vitra will have a very good weapon. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the undead youth's eyes flashed with an ominous glint. The long sword in his hand flashed with light as he fiercely chopped down at Ron. His target was Ron's arm. As long as he chopped off this arm, The dragon bone staff would forever belong to him. Vitra would definitely be very happy to get this staff. In a trance, the undead youth seemed to see his sister smile. A powerhouse from his sacred domain. As soon as the undead youth made his move, Ron quickly estimated his opponent's strength. He wasn't very strong, only at the sacred domain. On the other side, Nicole's face had already turned pale from shock. To a necromancy grand magus like her, an expert of the sacred domain was an unreachable existence, especially when it came to close combat. Just as Ron was about to counterattack, a one-handed sword stretched out from the side, blocking in front of Ron. Clank! The two weapons collided with a dazzling light. The undead youth's two-handed sword broke into two pieces. What? The undead teenager was shocked. He took a closer look and found that the one-handed knight sword was also a holy weapon. Another saint artifact? These mercenaries aren't simple. The undead young man gnashed his teeth in anger. But he didn't have time to dwell on the matter of weapons because at the next moment, the heavy armored female knight had placed her sword on his neck. The undead young man was very fast. In fact, he was quite confident in his own speed, but he didn't expect the other party to be even faster and stop him in an instant. "Don't move, or I'll kill you." Shea's tall body pinched the little undead young man, as if he was a little chick, as she coldly shouted. The undead youth didn't dare to move with the sword on his neck. What made him even more shocked was that the female Death Knight, holding him, was actually a demigod rank expert. According to the customs of the main plane, experts who had surpassed the sacred domain and grasped part of the power of laws were called demigods. Compared to divine realm experts, they were more inclined to call them demigods. Big Brother. The undead girl called Vitra rushed over with more than 1,000 undead. Seeing that her brother had been stopped in one move, she was so anxious that tears fell from her eyes. She immediately stopped the crowd that was rushing over. You let him go. Shea, stop him, but don't take his life." At this time, Ron had already reacted and said in a deep voice. He lightly stomped his feet, and immediately there were screams from below. The zombies that were lying in ambush in the trap had already been burned clean by his soul fire. We're finally out of danger. Only then did Nicole heave a sigh of relief. Her little heart was still thumping nonstop. Netherworld night. After knowing the other party's strength, the undead youth finally knew that he had lost. A demigod rank expert. Even if everyone in Death Knell Town attacked together, they might not be able to do anything to the other party. Ron, Shea, and Nicole climbed out of the trap, looking somewhat miserable. After Ron became a god, he had suffered such a great loss at the hands of an expert from the sacred domain. This was the first time since Ron had become a god that he had suffered such a great loss. Shea restrained the pale, undead youth and used her sword to force the thousands of undead to retreat step by step. The undead youth was held in Shea's hand and had a dejected look on his face. Ron tidied up his clothes and looked at the undead around him. It would have been better if he didn't look at them, as he was shocked when he saw them. Instead of calling these undead in front of him undead, it would be more accurate to call them beggars. Their clothes were tattered, and their bodies were full of holes. It was unknown how long it had been since they last washed them. The weapons in their hands were also very broken. Some of them had broken swords, broken axes, simple bone staffs, and only one round shield. Some of them were even holding something like a wooden stick. However, it was undeniable that these people were very strong. Not to mention the youth that was captured by Shea. Even the undead girl who called him sister was an expert from the sacred domain. Apart from these two, there were many other experts at the master and master level. Such a lineup would be a powerful force in the Noah continent. However, in the undead main plane, this force didn't seem to be doing well. The two-handed long sword in the hands of the undead youth was a relatively good weapon, but it was already rusted. No wonder it broke into two when it came into contact with Shea's sword. "Who are you? What do you want?" Ron asked in a deep voice. Shea reached out and pushed the undead youth. "It's none of his business. You, let go of my brother." The undead girl said anxiously. I'm the mayor of Death Knell Town. My name is White. They are all residents of Death Knell Town." The undead youth sighed, his mouth full of bitterness. He knew that it was impossible to rob them today. It was already good enough that he could keep his life. That death knight, called Shaya alone, could deal with all of them. But among the three of them, the short necromancer seemed to be the leader. The undead youth wasn't clear about his strength. Let them put down their weapons and stop resisting. She's a demigod expert. Apart from the undead mage, the other two seemed to be humans. Wait, humans? How could a human be so powerful? The youth called White was bewildered. In the end, he chose to surrender. With the crisis averted, Ron breathed a sigh of relief. If it wasn't necessary, he really didn't want to fight these undead. It would go against his mission. Shaya, let go of him. Shaya still let go of White. Her gaze fell on the broken sword in White's hand, and a trace of mockery flashed in her eyes. White's face was full of shame. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look directly at her. When the other undead heard the words demigod expert, they were so frightened that they threw their weapons on the ground. Ron looked at them and saw that there were all kinds of weapons. There were even fire sticks. You are all residents of Deathnell Town. How could you rob people? You're the mayor. How could you bring your own people to rob people? Ron said with a straight face. In the Noah continent, such a thing was unimaginable. A mayor bringing his own people to rob people? Wasn't this a den of thieves? How could any caravans or mercenaries dare to pass by here? If this matter spread, who would do business with you? It was already good enough that they didn't send an army to eliminate you. What Ron found strange was that a town that relied on robbing people to survive could actually survive until now. Of course, from their sallow and emaciated appearance and their tattered clothes, it seemed that they didn't have a very good life. Ron carefully looked at the undead. These undead were mostly similar to Klein. They had pale faces without a trace of blood and black eyes that were slightly suffused with blue light. What was different from the undead that Ron saw was that these undead's eyes seemed to have lost their vitality. Their faces were stupefied, as if they were walking corpses. If he hadn't sensed that their souls were still alive, Ron would have thought that these people were dead. Ron remembered that he had seen this kind of look before. It was the look of despair when one couldn't see a trace of hope in front of them. White's face turned red. He gritted his teeth and said, "Our town's residents were defeated by your hands. If you want to kill them, then kill them. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" "What?" Ron smiled coldly. "Just because we are strong, you have to answer our questions unconditionally? Ha, death. What is death to the undead? Do you believe that I can pull out your souls before you die and torture them in 100 ways?" Frightened by Ron's words, the undead suddenly panicked. They cultivated soul force and naturally knew what was going on. Ron was right. Death wasn't scary to the undead. What was scary was having their souls imprisoned and losing their freedom. You're also a demigod expert?" Vitra exclaimed. White's face was deathly pale. To be able to pull out a living soul. Who else could it be but a divine magus necromancer? They thought that today was really bad luck. Not only did they encounter a demigod-rank death knight, but they also encountered a demigod-rank necromancer. They knew in their hearts that a demigod-rank necromancer was much more terrifying than a demigod-rank death knight. Vitra looked into Ron's eyes. He only felt that the other party's strength was unfathomable. Of course, he wouldn't think that Ron was a god, because that was too far out of reach. "Haha, what do you think?" Ron smiled coldly. He naturally wouldn't reveal his true strength. If these people thought that he was a divine realm expert, then so be it. What do you want to ask?" White finally gave up resisting and looked at his sister Vitra. They could see the fear in each other's eyes. "Very good. I like to cooperate with people." Ron smiled and asked in an amiable manner, "Let me ask you, where is this place?" I know this is Deathnell Town. What I want to know is, which part of the undead plane is this?" "This is the eastern part of the undead plane. It belongs to the Hakant district." White thought for a moment and answered. This wasn't a difficult question to answer. All the undead knew this, but why would these guys ask such a simple question? Could it be that he came from a secondary plane? Hakant district? Ron didn't have much of an impression of this name. On the other hand, Nicole jumped up as if but was on fire. Chapter 846. Main battlefield. Wyatt and Vitra had strange expressions on their faces. The war between the Scourge Army and the Legion of Holy Angels had been going on for over 100,000 years. Almost everyone in Deathnell Town, including Wyatt, had forgotten about this period of history. They weren't used to hearing these two mention it all of a sudden. What's wrong? Nicole felt a little strange, as though she had asked an inappropriate question. Nothing. That war has been going on for over 100,000 years. It just feels a little strange to suddenly mention it. Wyatt said, after a moment of hesitation. He couldn't help but ask, "You don't seem to be humans from this place?" Nicole snorted in dissatisfaction. "I'm the one asking you questions, not the other way around." "That's right. We aren't humans from this place. We come from a subplane called the Noah continent," Ron said after a moment of silence. He felt that the siblings before him weren't bad people. A subplane can produce demigod experts who cultivate the power of the soul, and humans at that. Wyatt and Vitra gasped when they heard this. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Ron's face darkened when he heard this. These words sounded like they were looking down on humans. Shea creased her brows. "Just answer whatever I ask you. What's with all this nonsense? Speak. Why are you robbing us? Do you even need to ask? Of course it's for black crystal coins." Wyatt spread his hands with a sorrowful expression. "Look at our town. We're so poor that we don't even have decent weapons. What else can we do apart from robbing?" On the main plane, black crystal coins were the hard currency. All transactions were done with black crystal coins. With black crystal coins, one could have everything, including soldiers, buildings, supplies, weapons, equipment, and so on. The acquisition of these things required a large amount of black crystal coins. Seeing that the residents of Deathnell Town were so poor that they didn't even have pants to wear, it was obvious that they didn't have a single black crystal coin on them. Of course, Ron didn't have many black crystal coins on him either. He had obtained them from planar missions in the past. Compared to the residents of Deathnell Town, he was already extremely wealthy. Although Nicole had a lot of black crystal coins on her, she had spent almost all of her several million black crystal coins in search of her father. "How can this be?" Nicole asked curiously. "Don't we have black crystal ores? I remember that Forgotten City, not far from here, has a black crystal mine." Black crystal coins were the crystallization of origin energy. On the main plane, every eruption of origin energy would form a black crystal mine. Black crystal coins could be obtained by mining the black crystal mine. Black crystal ores were also categorized into small, medium, large, and extra-large black crystal ores. Among them, those with a yield of less than 100 million were known as small black crystal ores. Those with a yield of 100 million to 1 billion were known as medium black crystal ores. Those with a yield of 1 billion to 5 billion were known as large black crystal ores. Those with a yield of 5 billion to 10 billion were known as extra-large black crystal ores. And those with a yield of more than 10 billion were known as extra-large black crystal ores. Extra-large black crystal ores only existed in legends. There had never been a precedent of extra-large black crystal ores in the recorded history of the autonomous plane. Most of them were small and medium black crystal ores. However, the eruption of origin energy was random, regardless of time or location. Generally speaking, cities would form where origin energy erupted. The First Planar War in the main plane seemed to be a struggle for territory and power on the surface, but it was actually a struggle for control of black crystal ores. Since the appearance of black crystal ores was random, in theory, controlling enough territory would naturally increase the chances of obtaining black crystal ores. Black crystal ores? White smiled bitterly. "We don't have any more black crystal ores. Almost all the black crystal ores in Hakant are controlled by the orcs, including Forgotten City." "How can this be?" Nicole's eyes widened in disbelief. "Hold on. How did our main plane of the undead get involved with the orcs? Aren't they from the main plane of power? Orcs?" When Ron heard this, he recalled the orcs he had encountered in the Noah continent. They were all ferocious-looking and ferocious-looking. He just didn't know how the orcs of the main plane were different from the orcs of the Noah continent. "It seems like you don't know anything, When Vitra heard this, she smiled bitterly. She exchanged glances with her brother White and sighed. Actually, the main plane of the undead doesn't belong to the undead anymore. The first planar war in 100,000 years was a confrontation between two major factions. The Alliance of Justice, formed by the main planes of Order, Life, and Elemental, and the Alliance of Evil, formed by the main planes of the Undead, Hell, and Abyss. This war lasted for more than 1,000 years. Almost all the forces and races in the main plane were involved, and even some secondary planes were affected. At that time, the Alliance of Justice was led by the most powerful legion of holy angels, while the Alliance of Evil was led by the Scourge. Both sides invested hundreds of millions of troops in a war in the main and secondary planes of Omros, Fefetro, Order, and Undead. Both sides suffered heavy casualties, and the final battle took place in Hakan today. This long and drawn-out war ended with the defeat of the Alliance of Evil. When the Scourge couldn't stop the attack of the Alliance of Justice, the fragile Alliance of Evil collapsed. However, the legion of holy angels who fought the Scourge were also badly injured. They had no choice but to retreat to their city amongst the clouds in the main plane of Order. However, the undead didn't expect that the Alliance of Evil would take advantage of the Scourge's downfall. Under the banner of protecting the undead, they led an army to occupy the undead's territory. They massacred and drove away the original inhabitants of this land, and took over all the black crystal mines in Hakan. They took these precious resources as spoils of war and transported them back to their main city to strengthen their own forces. The undead who lost control of the black crystal mines would only become poorer and more depressed. Of course, it wasn't that the undead didn't think of resisting. However, the Scourge had lost most of their elites in the battle with the Legion of Holy Angels. They were unable to resist the invasion of the Alliance. With the fall of the Lich King Hermes, the main plane of the undead became a pile of loose sand. In a dilapidated house, under a dim oil lamp, Wright, Nicole, and Ron sat on the floor, recounting the events of 100,000 years ago. They were so poor that they didn't even have a stool. The cold wind was pouring in through a large hole in the ceiling. After listening to the conversation between Wright and Vitra, Nicole and Shea were already furious. Ron, on the other hand, was livid. Damn it! Ron slammed his fist on the floor. The Alliance of Evil. Ha! F***CK, the Alliance of Evil. These ungrateful bastards. The Scourge fought with our lives on the front lines, and after the battle, these bastards stabbed us in the back. Nicole was so agitated that her face was red. She waved her little fist and shouted, "We'll kill them sooner or later." Ron quickly calmed down. He frowned. No, what about the Scourge and Plague Legions in the main plane of the undead? Did King Fismare of the Scourge, who called himself the Scourge Emperor, just sit back and do nothing? Fismare? Hearing Fismare's name, Vitra laughed coldly. Is this guy considered an undead? He's a traitor, a disgrace to the undead, a shameless dog. Vitra's voice rose a few octaves. His lips trembled, and flames of anger danced in his eyes. Although this guy is the successor of the Scourge in name and the leader of all undead, he doesn't have the Scourge staff, the Lich King's keepsake. So many undead are unconvinced by him. Of course, this isn't important. Vitra took a deep breath and calmed himself down. What's important is that he surrendered to the Legion of Holy Angels. What? Nicole was shocked. Is this true? Although it's not made public, all undead know about it. This guy gives more than 70% of the black crystal coins he mines every year to the Legion of Holy Angels. Wright rubbed his hands so hard that his knuckles cracked. I see. Ron finally understood why Klein always had a look of disdain when the Scourge of the mortal plane was mentioned. Ron muttered to himself, what about the Plague Legion? Did the Dreadlord, Saruman, also surrender to the Legion of Holy Angels? No, he didn't, Wright hurriedly said. But I heard that he has the support of the strongest legion from Hell, the Burning Legion. I don't know what kind of deal they have. Burning Legion? Thor? Ron's expression was a bit ugly. The Burning Legion was their old rival. After listening to Wright and Nicole's explanation, Ron finally understood the distribution of power in the undead plane. Simply put, ever since the Lich King fell, the entire undead plane was in a state of disunity. Most of the black crystal mines were controlled, and countless wealth flowed out. It was no wonder that Klein would rather rely on Utaris. He knew that there was no hope for the undead. What should I do? At this moment, Ron's heart was at a loss. The undead situation was extremely bad. Even if he inherited the Lich King's divinity, he couldn't change anything with his own strength. After thinking for a while, Ron finally thought of a key point, and that was the black crystal mines. The undead had fallen because they lost the black crystal mines. But where could they find black crystal mines? Ron thought of the Forgotten City. As soon as he mentioned this idea, Shea and Nicole unanimously opposed it. No, it's too risky. There's an army of orcs stationed in the Forgotten City's black crystal mine. With just a few of us, we won't be able to fight against them, Nicole said. The orcs also have god-level experts. But, apart from this, what other way can we get a large amount of black crystal coins? Ron asked in return. Gods. Wright and Vitra looked at each other, joy in their eyes. That person had mentioned gods. Could it be that this unassuming necromancer in front of them was actually a god? Your Excellency, it's not impossible to get a large amount of black crystal coins. At this moment, Wright stood up and respectfully bowed. He slightly raised his head, a trace of passion flashing through his calm eyes. Chapter 847. Main Battlefield. Wyatt and Vitra had strange expressions on their faces. The war between the Scourge Army and the Legion of Holy Angels had been going on for over 100,000 years. Almost everyone in Deathnell Town, including Wyatt, had forgotten about this period of history. They weren't used to hearing these two mention it all of a sudden. What's wrong? Nicole felt a little strange. It was as though she had asked an inappropriate question. It's nothing. That war has been going on for over 100,000 years. It just feels a little strange to suddenly mention it. Wyatt said, after a moment of hesitation. He couldn't help but ask, You don't seem to be humans from this place? Nicole snorted in dissatisfaction. I'm the one asking you, not the other way around. That's right. We aren't humans from this place. We come from a subplane called the Noah continent, Ron said after pondering for a moment. He felt that the siblings before him weren't bad people. A subplane can produce demigod experts who cultivate the power of the soul, and humans at that. Wyatt and Vitra gasped when they heard this. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Ron's face darkened when he heard this. These words sounded like they were looking down on humans. Shea creased her brows. Just answer whatever I ask you. What's with all this nonsense? Speak. Why are you robbing us? Do you even need to ask? Of course it's for black crystal coins. Wyatt spread his hands with a sorrowful expression. Look at our town. We're so poor that we don't even have decent weapons. What else can we do apart from robbing? On a main plane, black crystal coins were the hard currency. All transactions were done with black crystal coins. With black crystal coins, one could have everything, including soldiers, buildings, supplies, weapons, equipment, and so on. The acquisition of these things required a large amount of black crystal coins. Seeing that the residents of Deathnell Town were so poor that they didn't even have pants to wear, it was obvious that they didn't have a single black crystal coin on them. Of course, Ron didn't have many black crystal coins on him either. He had obtained them from planar missions in the past. Compared to the residents of Deathnell Town, he was already extremely wealthy. Although Nicole had a lot of black crystal coins on her, she had spent almost all of her several million black crystal coins in search of her father. How can this be? Nicole asked curiously. Don't we have black crystal ores? I remember that Forgotten City, not far from here, has black crystal ores. Black crystal coins were the crystallization of origin energy. On the main plane, every eruption of origin energy would form a black crystal mine. Black crystal coins could be obtained by mining the black crystal mine. Black crystal ores of origin energy of 100 million to 1 billion were small black crystal ores of origin to 5 billion to 10 billion ores were large black crystal ores to 5 billion to 10 billion to 10 billion were large crystal ores to 10 billion and 10 billion to 10 billion were large crystal ores to 10 billion to 10 billion. Large ores to 10 billion ores and large ores to 10 billion to 10 billion to 10 billion large ores to 10 billion to 10 billion large ores to 10 billion to and 10 billion ores and large ores. And, however, the eruption of origin energy was random, regardless of time or location. Generally speaking, cities would be formed where origin energy erupted. The First Planar War in the main plane seemed to be a struggle for territory and power on the surface, but it was actually a struggle for control of black crystal ores. Since the appearance of black crystal ores was random, in theory, controlling enough territory would naturally increase the chances of obtaining black crystal ores. Black crystal ores? White smiled bitterly. We don't have any more black crystal ores. Almost all the black crystal ores in Hakant are controlled by the orcs, including Forgotten City. How can this be? Nicole's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, how can our main plane of the undead have anything to do with the orcs? Aren't they from the main plane of power? Orcs? When Ron heard this, he recalled the orcs he had come into contact with in the Noah continent. They were all ferocious looking. He just didn't know how the orcs of the main plane were different from the orcs of the Noah continent. It seems like you don't know anything. When Vitra heard this, she smiled bitterly. She exchanged glances with her brother White and sighed. Actually, the main plane of the undead doesn't belong to the undead anymore. The First Planar War in 100,000 years was a confrontation between two major factions. The Justice Alliance, formed by the main planes of Order, Life, and Elemental, and the Evil Alliance, formed by the main planes of the undead, Hell, and Abyss. This war lasted for more than 1,000 years. Almost all the forces and races in the main plane were involved, and even some secondary planes were affected. At that time, the Justice Alliance was led by the most powerful legion of holy angels, while the Evil Alliance was led by the Scourge. Both sides invested hundreds of millions of troops in the war in Amros, Fefetro, Order, and Undead. Both sides suffered heavy casualties, and the final battle took place in the main battlefield of today's Hakant. This long war ended with the defeat of the Evil Alliance. When the Scourge could not stop the Justice Alliance's attack, the fragile Evil Alliance collapsed. However, the Legion of Holy Angels who fought the Scourge also suffered heavy losses. They had no choice but to retreat to their city amongst the clouds in the main plane of Order. However, the undead did not expect that the Evil Alliance would take advantage of the Scourge's downfall. Under the banner of protecting the undead, they led their army to occupy the undead's territory. They used force to kill and expel the original inhabitants of this land, and took over all the black crystal mines in Hakant. They took these precious resources as spoils of war and transported them back to their main city to strengthen their own forces. The undead who lost control of the black crystal mines would only become poorer and weaker. Of course, it was not that the undead did not think of resisting. However, the Scourge lost most of their elites in the battle with the Legion of Holy Angels. They were unable to resist the invasion of the Evil Alliance. With the fall of the Lich King Hermes, the main plane of the undead became a pile of loose sand. In a dilapidated house, under a dim oil lamp, Wright, Nicole, and Ron sat on the floor, recounting the events of 100,000 years ago. They were so poor that they did not even have a stool. The cold wind was pouring in through a large hole in the ceiling. After listening to the conversation between Wright and Vitra, Nicole and Shea were already furious. Ron, on the other hand, was livid. Damn it! Ron slammed his fist on the floor. The Evil Alliance. Ha! F***CK the Evil Alliance. These ungrateful bastards. The Scourge fought with our lives on the front lines. After the battle, these bastards actually stabbed us in the back. Nicole was so agitated that her face was red. She waved her little fist and shouted. Sooner or later, We'll kill them. Ron quickly calmed down. He frowned. No, what about the Scourge and Plague legions in the main plane of the undead? Did the self-proclaimed Scourge Emperor Fismare of the Scourge just sit by and do nothing? Fismare? Hearing Fismer's name, Vitra laughed coldly. Is this guy even considered an undead? He's a traitor, a disgrace to the undead, a shameless lackey. Vitra's voice rose a few octaves. His lips trembled, the flames of anger dancing in his eyes. Although this guy is the successor of the Scourge in name and the leader of all undead, he does not have the Scourge staff, the Lich King's keepsake. So many undead are not convinced by him. Of course, this is not important. Vitra took a deep breath and calmed his agitated emotions. What's important is that he surrendered to the Legion of Holy Angels. What? Nicole was shocked. Is this true? Although it's not made public, all undead know about it. This guy gives more than 70% of the black crystal coins he mines every year to the Legion of Holy Angels. Wright rubbed his hands so hard that his knuckles cracked. I see. At this moment, Ron finally understood why Klein always had a look of disdain on his face whenever the Scourge of the mortal plane was mentioned. Ron pondered for a moment. What about the Plague Legion? Did the Dreadlord Saruman also surrender to the Legion of Holy Angels? No, he didn't. Wright hurriedly said. But I heard that he has the support of the strongest legion from hell, the Burning Legion. I don't know what kind of deal they have. Burning Legion? Thor? Ron's expression was a bit ugly. The Burning Legion was their old rival. After listening to Wright and Nicole's explanation, Ron finally understood the distribution of power in the undead plane. Simply put, ever since the Lich King fell, the entire undead plane was in a state of disunity. Most of the black crystal mines were controlled, and countless riches flowed out. It was no wonder that Klein would rather rely on Yutaris. He knew that the undead had no hope. What should I do? At this moment, Ron's heart was at a loss. The undead situation was extremely bad. Even if he inherited the Lich King's divinity, he couldn't change anything by himself. After thinking for a long time, Ron finally thought of a key point, and that was the black crystal mines. The undead had fallen because they lost the black crystal mines. But where could they find black crystal mines? Ron thought of the Forgotten City. As soon as he mentioned this idea, Shea and Nicole unanimously opposed it. No, it's too risky. There's an army of orcs stationed in the Forgotten City's black crystal mine. With just a few of us, we won't be able to fight against them, Nicole said. The orcs also have god-level experts. But apart from this, what other way do we have to get a large amount of black crystal coins? Ron asked. Gods? Wright and Vitra looked at each other, joy in their eyes. That person mentioned gods. Could it be that this unremarkable necromancer in front of them was actually a god? Your Excellency, it's not impossible to get a large amount of black crystal coins. At this moment, Wright stood up and respectfully bowed. He slightly raised his head, a trace of passion flashing through his calm eyes. Chapter 848. The Sunset Mountain Range was located between the Death Knell town and the Forgotten City. It was like a long, winding dragon that extended all the way to the horizon. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on this enormous mountain range that stretched for thousands of miles, painting the entire mountain range with a layer of gold. Below an unremarkable and ordinary valley in the Sunset Mountain Range, a strange building had been built. This building seemed to wrap up the entire valley. Something that looked like bones extended along the valley, emitting a metallic luster. Around the valley, several dozen undead were busy. Their bodies were wrapped in long black robes, revealing only their eyes. They were chanting an incantation in a low voice. This is the place. Ron, Shea, and Nicole were lying on their stomachs on a small hill, observing the building's movement from above. That's right, the black crystal mine is here. White nodded and replied. Beside him was his younger sister, Vitra. At this moment, White's eyes revealed a look of resentment. Actually, this black crystal mine was first discovered by us siblings. At that time, when the origin energy erupted, we just so happened to be in the vicinity. We built a ghost mine here. == and we have already mined and used it. Unfortunately, we don't know how the news leaked out and the shadow thieves targeted us. Not only did they seize our black crystal mine, they also killed and injured our people. Even the black crystal coins we mined were all robbed by them. The ghost mine was a building specially built by the undead for the purpose of mining black crystal ores. Without this building, there was no way to condense the gas-like origin energy into black crystal coins. Shadow Bandit Group? Ron's brows creased as he looked at the undead before him. He saw a small cave entrance at the bottom of the strange building called the Ghost Mine. Some undead were pushing carts filled with black crystal coins in and out of the cave entrance. In front of the cave entrance, there were several dozen heavily armored death knights guarding it. At the entrance to the valley, there were countless defensive towers and undead hidden in the shadows. It could be said that unless they wanted to, not even a fly would be able to escape. That's right, the Dark Shadow Bandits. Speaking of this, Vitra gnashed his teeth in anger. They are bandits who have been living in the Sunset Mountains for a long time. They kill people like flies, commit all kinds of crimes, and are very powerful. Their leader is a woman, an undead bandit with the strength of a peak demigod. We were no match for them. Really? Shea turned around and looked at her with a half-smile. Then what's the difference between you and them? Don't they still kill us and steal our things? Vitra blushed. No. We are different from them. Vitra's face turned red, but he couldn't tell the difference between them and the shadow thieves. How many of them are there? Ron didn't intend to argue with the siblings on this issue. He casually swept his consciousness and discovered several thousand sacred domain experts in the valley, as well as more than 10 divine domain experts. It seemed that the shadow thieves weren't weak at all. Compared to them, the residents of Deathnell Town couldn't even compare to a finger of theirs. The shadow thieves have more than 20,000 people. Apart from some of the weaker ones, their elites are all here. White whispered in Ron's ear. Ron, what do you think? Shea turned to look at Ron. From the burning desire for battle in her eyes, it could be seen that Shea couldn't wait any longer. White and Vitra also looked at Ron expectantly. As soon as he gave the order, they would charge out and seize the stronghold and steal all the black crystal coins. This time, White had brought all the residents of Deathnell Town with him. Almost all of them had come out. They hid under a small hill, quietly waiting for his orders. Ron pondered for a moment. To be honest, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't tempted by this black crystal mine that could directly produce black crystal coins. With his current strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to sweep through this black crystal mine. The problem was, if he were to make a move, would it attract the attention of other forces, such as Forgotten City? Once the orcs of the Forgotten City noticed him, there would be endless trouble. At the very least, with his current strength, there was no way he could contend against the orcs. But what if he didn't take action? Ron took a deep breath. If he didn't take action, he would have no chance at all. Without black crystal coins, he would have nothing. The black crystal mine before him was his chance. No matter how stupid Ron was, he wouldn't just let this opportunity slip away. Only with a large amount of black crystal coins could he purchase weapons, equipment, recruit manpower, increase his strength, establish his own force, or even create a new scourge. All of these could only be achieved with a black crystal mine. Although this was only a small black crystal mine, and, according to White, it only had a few tens of millions of equivalents, which meant that it could produce tens of millions of black crystal coins. It was already a huge fortune for Ron. He needed this fortune. Let's do it. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Ron's eyes. This time, he had decided to go all out. Shea, what? Get ready. Yes. When Shea heard this, she was immediately overjoyed. Nicole and White were also overjoyed. With a god like Ron taking action, everything would become a lot simpler. High up in the valley of the setting Sun Mountain Range stood an undead woman. She was wearing a tight black short shirt and gray thief leather pants. Her perfectly round and straight legs were full of explosive power. She was not wearing any armor. For an undead thief who was known for their agility, heavy armor was a burden. At this moment, she was like a leopard full of wildness and arrogance. Cronia stared at the ghost mines motionlessly. The ghost mines produced over 1,000 black crystal coins every day, which were all piled up in their temporary warehouse. At this moment, the undead warehouse was already filled to the brim with black crystal coins. With so many black crystal coins, the strength of the Dark Shadow Bandits grew rapidly. Not only did they purchase a large amount of weapons and equipment, but they also used the origin energy contained in the black crystal coins to summon a large number of ghost towers for defense. It was just like a huge stronghold. If not for the lack of time, Cronia even wanted to build a city here. This black crystal mine was snatched from the hands of those poor bastards in Deathnell Town. But so what? The law of the jungle was the rule of survival on the main plane. It was impossible for them to protect this black crystal mine with just the old and weak. Since that was the case, they might as well let it fall into their own hands. However, even though the Dark Shadow Bandits were making a lot of money every day, Cronia's face was still full of worry. Not for anything else, but for the orcs of the Forgotten City. The setting Sun Mountain Range was not far from the Forgotten City. They would find this place sooner or later. Cronia thought to herself, should I transport all the black crystal coins I've mined? Or should I build a strong city here to resist the orcs? Transporting these black crystal coins would mean giving up on the black crystal mine. Cronia was unwilling to do so, but she knew that she did not have the ability to resist the orcs. The Forgotten City had already become the orcs' stronghold. An orc army of more than 100,000 was garrisoned there. Once war broke out, they could mobilize an army of 1,000,000. Compared to the undead, the orcs were much more powerful. In a one-on-one situation, the undead were simply no match for the orcs. However, giving up on the wealth in her hands was also impossible. Cronia could not make up her mind to give up until the last moment. After all, she was not the only member of the Dark Shadow Bandits. The undead, who were used to living a poor life, suddenly losing such a large amount of wealth would cause a huge uproar. So I forget it. Let's not move for the time being. Let's observe the situation first. Cronia sighed, thinking silently in her heart. Snatching this black crystal mine from the hands of the white siblings had put her in a dilemma. Suddenly, Cronia creased her brows and her body tensed up as if she was going to fight. Asterisk pung. Asterisk a black shadow appeared behind Cronia. That black shadow quickly condensed into a human figure. Boss! Hearing this form of address, Cronia slightly lowered her hostility. As a thief adept at sneak attacks, her nerves were always tense. However, the person who came wasn't an enemy, but one of her subordinates. Oh, so it's Vice Leader Haend. How is it? You put down your work and came to see me. Did something happen? Haend was a necromancer with strength at the peak of God's domain. He was only slightly weaker than Cronia. However, as a necromancer, he was powerful and highly regarded by Cronia, making him the vice leader. Yes, something did happen. Haend nodded. He stared fixedly at Cronia's lithe figure wrapped in robe with adoration in his eyes. After a while, he reluctantly withdrew his gaze and sternly said, "Don't worry, Cronia, I'm not going to let you go. Boss, do you still remember the white siblings from Deathnell Town? White Vitra, this black crystal mine was snatched from them. How could Cronia not remember?" She sneered and said, "Did they come looking for us again?" "Yes." Haend nodded and said, "They have gathered more than 1,000 people at the foot of the mountain. It seems like they intend to attack our stronghold. More than 1,000 people. That was almost all the strength of the entire Deathnell Town. However, it was not enough to deal with the Shadow Bandits. White and Vitra were only in the sacred domain. They dared to attack the stronghold with such little strength. Even Cronia could not help but admire their courage. It seems like they are tired of living. They actually dare to come looking for us again?" Cronia sneered, a trace of killing intent flashing in her eyes. She had let them go back then because she felt that they were pitiful. Now that they actually came looking for trouble, there was no need to be polite. Cronia did not recall that this black crystal mine was snatched from them. However, even if she did, there was no need to care. The law of the jungle had always been the rule in the main plane. But this time, They seem to have something to rely on. Hayne muttered. Among them, I see a powerful death knight, a peak demigod expert. Peak demigod? Cronia's expression finally changed. If there really was a demigod pinnacle death knight, then it would be a little tricky. In Hakant, a demigod pinnacle was usually a powerhouse who ruled over a region. Although the Shadow Bandits had more than a dozen demigod powerhouses, only Cronia and Hayne were at the pinnacle of demigod powerhouses. Is it Gosling, Rio Devic, or Gordy? Cronia quickly searched her mind and said the names of a few peak demigod death knights. These were all famous forces in Hakant, and some of them were not weaker than the Shadow Bandits. None of them. Hayne shook his head. I haven't seen this person. It's a woman. My crow wanted to get closer to observe, but she was very vigilant. As soon as it got close, it was destroyed by her frost arrow. That's right. That peak demigod expert is a human. Human. Chapter 849. Below the valley of the setting sun mountain range, Shea, Nicole, White, and his sister were ready for battle. The residents of Death Knell Town wore tattered clothes and had crude weapons, but their morale was high. This was because they knew that behind them stood a god, a true god with a godhead. For the undead, military strength was never a problem. In just a short while, the undead summoned tens of thousands of undead creatures. Walking corpses, zombies, skeletons, gargoyles, terranites, and other undead creatures were summoned. They roared and howled, and a strange aura reverberated in the valley. White held a broken sword in his hand, which had become like this after the battle with Shea. Apart from this, he couldn't take out a better weapon. White walked forward and said to Shea, who was sitting on a nightmare beast, Lady Shea, do you want me to lead some people to scout the way first? You can follow behind. After knowing Ron's strength, White already had the intention to rely on him. In the current Hakant, Ron was worthy of being the strongest. He wanted to show his loyalty and bravery in front of Ron. Only in this way would he be valued by Ron. No, and in * Shea shook her head and rejected his suggestion. Her eyes flashed with a trace of sharpness. They have already discovered us. This kind of action is meaningless. We will attack directly. Yes. White didn't have the slightest doubt towards Shea's order. He raised a broken sword high and turned around. His distorted face became extremely ferocious. He loudly said to the undead behind him, all the undead in Death Knell Town, listen to me. Lady Shea orders us to attack. Attack. We pledge our lives to follow. Lady Shea, kill them, smash them. White's words ignited the fighting spirit of the undead, who were like a pool of stagnant water. Although their clothes were ragged and their weapons were crude, and some of them were even holding a stick, the burning fighting spirit in their eyes could no longer be concealed. They knew that there was a powerful god watching them from the shadows above the valley, taking care of them. Shea slowly drew her one-handed knight sword from her bosom and drew a circle in the air with the tip of the sword pointing forward. Attack! Kill! 1,000 undead creatures let out an earth-shattering roar in unison, along with the roar of tens of thousands of undead creatures, shaking the entire valley. Countless zombies, ghouls, and skeletons charged forward. At this moment, Shea activated her evil aura. The Death Knight was a natural leader. Her aura domain was enough to cover tens of thousands of undead and undead creatures. In a short period of time, their recovery ability was multiplied. For example, if their bodies were cut so deep that their bones could be seen, they would be as good as new in less than 3 minutes. At this moment, tens of thousands of undead creatures transformed into a black torrent that swept through the entire Shadow Bandits encampment. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The Shadow Bandits stationed at the foot of the valley sounded the alarm. Countless Death Knights, undead warriors, and undead thieves rushed out of the ghost tower. Some necromancers began to summon undead creatures. A battle between the undead and the undead had begun. The nightmare under Shea was very fast. Before the undead at the back could catch up, it had already killed its way into the Shadow Bandits' encampment like a whirlwind. Not good. It's a peak demigod Death Knight. The Dark Shadow Bandit squad leader, who was guarding the camp below, was so scared that his face turned pale. Although he was also a Death Knight, his divine power was only at advanced demigod level. He was far from a demigod pinnacle level. He naturally knew how terrifying a demigod pinnacle level Death Knight was. Attack! Quickly attack! The Shadow Bandits' captain crazily shouted. In an instant, countless bone spears and bone arrows rose from the encampment and swarmed toward Shea. Defend! Shea didn't even look at these low-level attacks. She raised her shield in front of her, and a black aura appeared around her body. The nightmare quickened its pace. Boom! 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 The attacks fell like cannonballs, blooming around Shea. Shea faced the storm-like attacks and took the lead to kill her way into the encampment. Kill! Shea brandished the long sword in his hand and split a black knight into two halves. The nightmare beast rushed forward and dozens of skeleton warriors were sent flying. In the Shadow Bandits' encampment, Shea charged left and right, sweeping everything in her path. With her solid defense and powerful strength, Shea fully displayed the might of a Death Knight. At this moment, her body was covered with countless bone arrows, but her ferocious strength didn't decrease in the slightest. Shea wasn't invulnerable to injuries, but the Death Knight's innate powerful recovery ability made her unafraid of death. Quickly, surround that guy. On one hand, the Shadow Thief captain commanded the undeads to fight, while on the other hand, he rode a huge bone horse and rushed towards Shea. Boom! The battle between the two Death Knights exploded with earth-shattering might. A powerful airflow reverberated in all directions. After clashing with Shea, the Shadow Bandits' captain only felt his blood churning. He already knew that his strength was far inferior to his opponent's. Quickly follow Lady Shea. White and Vitra weren't willing to fall behind. Seeing Shea fighting the entire Shadow Bandits alone, they rushed forward to support her. In an instant, the undead from both sides clashed. Screams from the depths of their souls resounded throughout the valley. The residents of Deathnell Town had no equipment and only crude weapons. They relied on their high morale to gain the upper hand at first. They killed and injured the guards, seized their weapons, and joined the battle. However, the difference in strength between Deathnell Town and the Shadow Bandits was too great. With the Shadow Bandits' endless reinforcements, the balance of the battle slowly tilted towards the Shadow Bandit side. Kill! White had already thrown away the broken half of his blade. At this moment, he was holding a long two-handed sword. He had snatched it from an enemy. This two-handed sword was a sacred artifact. With the sacred artifact in his hand, White brandished it like a windmill. At this moment, White's strength had greatly increased. With a single slash, he chopped off the head of an abomination. The abomination was a huge, fatty form from countless corpses and flesh. It was extremely ugly and malevolent. It brandished something that looked like a kitchen knife in one hand and a shield in the other. The third hand that stretched out from its abdomen was a strange hook. A monster like this was extremely difficult to deal with. But now, White had finished it off with a single slash. Kill! White, who was covered in blood, held the abomination's head in one hand and raised the sword in the other as he let out a long cry. What's going on? Hiding in the dark, Cronia was dumbstruck. She sucked in a breath of cold air. Were these still the undead of Deathnell Town? How did they become so brave? She recalled the undead that she had seen before. They were simply two different creatures. What was it? It gave these undead great courage, so much so that they used their weak forces to attack the Dark Shadow Bandits, who were many times stronger than them. Although the Dark Shadow Bandits were much stronger, they felt somewhat helpless when facing these undead that were not afraid of death. There seemed to be something extra on their bodies. Was it courage? Strength? Fighting spirit? Or Cronia did not see fear in their eyes. Looking at the undead of Deathnell Town before her, a scene seemed to appear in her eyes. The angels flying in the sky were all wearing gorgeous armor. They were singing hymns, and their bodies were filled with holy light. Countless light balls fell like raindrops. Below them was a group of undead in ragged clothes. They did not have gorgeous armor, powerful weapons, or wings that could fly. But in their eyes, there was only a burning fighting spirit and an unyielding light. Under the guidance of the blood-colored skull flag, they faced the powerful attacks falling from the sky. Every step they took had to pay a huge price, but these undead did not care. They could only move forward and forward. This was a scene from the countless battles in the main battlefield of Hakant 100,000 years ago. The undead of that time had something that the undead of today did not have. This indestructible power was called faith. Faith in death, thirst for power, loyalty to evil, yearning for rule. The noble undead had a kind of faith, a kind of spirit. This spirit was the most powerful force of the undead. This undead of only 1,000 undead could not compare to a small team of Dark Shadow bandits in terms of strength. But they had a firm faith, and they burst out with an earth-shattering aura. The Dark Shadow bandits went from shock to fear, from fear to reverence. They could not think of anything that could support these weak undead. They had something that they did not have. The Dark Shadow thieves retreated. Although they were still very strong, everyone knew that they had lost. They had lost completely. Damn it, what the hell are these guys doing? How could they beat the puny force of Deathnell Town to this extent? Looking at the scene before him, Hayne cursed. He did not notice that his voice was trembling as he spoke. No, it's not their fault. Cronia shook her head. Even if I was in command, the result would have been the same. Are we just going to let go? Hayne gritted his teeth and said, I'm not willing to withdraw from the valley with my tail between my legs and give the black crystal mine to them. Cronia waved her hand and interrupted Hayne's words. We will definitely win. Although they are very courageous, but the difference in strength cannot be made up for by courage alone. What I am considering is how to resolve this matter with the least amount of casualties. Hayne did not say anything. He knew that Cronia was stronger than him, and she had her own ideas. Cronia's beautiful eyes swept across the crowd before finally landing on Shea. Is it her? The person who made the undead of Deathnell Town regain their lost courage. Could it be her? After thinking about it, Cronia felt that it was not likely. She could not think of any reason. Although this Death Knight was powerful, it was not undefeatable. With Cronia's strength, she could fight with her. She is a helper invited by the residents of Deathnell Town. Where did they find such a powerful Death Knight? Humans, Hakant, or even the entire undead main plane, there is no such powerful human. I will deal with that Death Knight. Cronia paused and said, I will leave this place to you. After saying that, Cronia's figure disappeared without waiting for Hayne's response. Shea had just chopped a Terror Knight into pieces when she suddenly felt her heart palpitate, as though she was being targeted by a wild beast. Shea's thoughts flashed as she raised the shield in her hand to block in the air. Ding! Unexpectedly, the sound of metal colliding was heard in the void. Shea tenderly shouted, and the long sword in her other hand fiercely slashed forward. Clang! 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 A phantom appeared in the air and exchanged a few blows with Shea. The other party's speed was as fast as a ghost, causing her to be unable to see clearly. Ugh! Shea only felt a chill behind her as the other party's dagger pierced into her waist. Damn it! Even though she was wearing a thick knight's heavy armor, Shea still felt a piercing pain from her waist. Her body quickly tensed up as she swung the shield in her hand. Boom! The two sides quickly separated. A petite black figure was pushed back a few steps by Shea's powerful strength. She could no longer use Shadow Sneak to hide her figure and slowly revealed a beautiful but pale face. Cronia licked her lips that had a trace of blood, looking both beautiful and charming. Well done, human. I have not met an opponent like you in a long time. Your blood excites me. You finally came out. Cronia. Chapter 850. Shea suffered a slight loss from the other party's sudden sneak attack. However, she was a Death Knight, so such a small injury was nothing to her. You know my name? Cronia stared blankly, feeling a little strange. But after thinking about it, she immediately understood. She came with the white siblings, so it would be strange if she didn't know. The things here don't belong to you. Shea didn't answer her question. Riding on a nightmare, she pointed her sword forward and coldly said, "Immediately lead your people away, or else." Or else what? Cronia chuckled, her eyes slightly narrowed, revealing her seductive appearance. Die! Shea didn't even look at her. Her eyes flashed, and her killing intent gradually condensed. "Ha ha! You want to kill me?" Cronia giggled. At this time, she stopped laughing and coldly said, "Do you feel a numbing sensation coming from your waist?" "What?" Shea wrinkled her brows. At this time, she indeed felt the place where she was stabbed by the other party was starting to feel numb. She was startled and angry. You poisoned your dagger?" Hee, it's just a small skill." Cronia used the undead thief skill, Poison Dagger. She didn't poison her weapon, but the poison was naturally produced by the skill. Shea took a few deep breaths and quickly calmed down. She mobilized all the strength in her body and quickly suppressed the spreading poison. It had to be said that the poison used by Cronia was indeed powerful. Shea relied on the Death Knight's strong body and super recovery ability to barely suppress it. At this time, Shea opened her eyes and indifferently said, "It's just a small poison. I never thought that these lowly things could cause any big waves." Seeing Shea recover so quickly, Cronia's expression couldn't help but slightly change. "You suppressed it. When it erupts, you'll have a good time." Shea didn't answer. Her lowered sword fully expressed her intention. She wanted to end the battle before the poison erupted. Cronia gritted her teeth. With a swish, 2 daggers extended from her waist, emitting a faint green radiance. In a head-on clash, Cronia wasn't Shea's match. Her forte lay in ambushes. But now, Cronia couldn't care less. If she took a step back, the shadow bandits might fall apart. No one would care about a loser's status and dignity. The battle in the valley had reached its climax. Both sides had suffered heavy casualties. As more and more reinforcements from the Dark Shadow Bandits arrived, the weakness of Deathnell Town's lack of strength was exposed. Shea turned a deaf ear to this situation. She only stared at the opponent in front of her without moving. What the hell is this guy doing? Cronia was both surprised and suspicious. In the thief's subconscious, she could faintly sense a hint of imperceptible danger. The other party was too calm, as if he had something to rely on. Everything seemed too abnormal. "Forget it, I don't care. Let's fight." Cronia's fighting spirit was ignited by the intense fighting and the smell of blood in the surroundings. She let out a delicate shout, and her lithe body turned into a phantom. The holy weapon in her hand turned into a radiance as she pounced at Shea. "Come on." Shea sneered and met the attack with her longsword. Boom! 2 huge forces collided, erupting with intense sparks. A whirlwind seemed to blow on the battlefield. Only 2 figures could be seen fighting fiercely in the fog. Just as the 2 undead forces were fighting to the death for the Black Crystal or in the valley, an army of about 5,000 beastmen silently arrived at the foot of the setting sun mountain range. On the boundless plains, several hundred giant wolves were running at high speed. These giant wolves were exotic beasts that the beastmen had tamed using special methods, frost wolves. These arrogant creatures were trained to be obedient by the beastmen, and they were as easy to command as their own arms. Every adult frost wolf's fighting strength was equivalent to a master powerhouse. The beastmen on the backs of the frost wolves were abnormally strong. They were even more muscular than the tallest human man. They had green faces and sharp fangs, and their bodies were covered in muscles. They wore heavy armor and held all kinds of heavy weapons like spiked clubs in their hands. With the beastmen's strength, those light weapons were not suitable for them at all. These were only the beastmen's wolf cavalry vanguard, the Frost Wolf Army from Forgotten City. They were one of the most powerful soldiers of the beastmen tribes, plunderers. Forgotten City was originally a city of the undead. Now, it had been occupied by the beastmen tribe from the main plane of strength, the Frost Wolf Army. They demolished the undead's buildings and replaced them with beastmen's. As for the black crystal, or in Forgotten City, that originally belonged to the undead, it was also unceremoniously taken away by the beastmen. With a large amount of black crystal coins produced by the black crystal, or the influence of the Frost Wolf army expanded rapidly. They could almost rival the strongest beastmen tribe, the Bloodhoof army. Countless frost wolves ran like the wind in the valley. Although these exotic beasts had huge bodies, they were abnormally agile. Their running speed was not inferior to a warhorse, but their fighting strength was much stronger than a warhorse. The leader of these frost wolves was a tall and abnormally strong young beastman. He wore heavy armor and held a sharp, mountain-splitting broadsword in his hand. This weapon looked very crude and simple. It did not even have a handle to protect his hand. It was just a piece of metal. However, this piece of metal was a genuine holy weapon. The beastman's weapons were heavy, simple, and practical. This young beastman was no exception. His name was Osama, and he was the nephew of the leader of the Frost Wolf clan in the Beastmen tribe. At such a young age, he was already an expert at the peak of the demigod realm. He rode on the largest frost wolf with white fur all over its body. Among the various major forces in the main plain, the Beastmen had the most lax structure. Their armies were usually based on clans. The various armies did not belong to each other, and they were even constantly at war. In the continuous years of war, the Beastmen tribes such as the Bloodhoof clan, Warsong clan, and Frostwolf clan had swallowed up other weaker clans and developed. Among them, the strongest was the Bloodhoof clan of the Tauren tribe. Should stop. At this moment, as the leader, Osama waved his hand, and the Frost Wolf under him immediately stopped. Seeing this, the other Wolf Knights also stopped, showing their extremely high tactical qualities. "Sir, why did we stop?" Behind Osama, an orc raider who was about his age riding a Frost Wolf caught up and asked in a rough voice. He was Shak, who had grown up with Osama. He belonged to the Frost Wolf clan and was deeply trusted by Osama. Osama looked at the sky and said in a deep voice, "We're almost at our destination. Let's take a rest first." The Frost Wolves had strong combat power and were very fast. However, their weakness was also very obvious. They could not run vigorously for long periods of time, like war horses. Since Osama set off from Forgotten City, the Frost Wolves had been running all the way until now. Roar, Shak growled. "Sir Osama, we don't need a rest. Please give the order quickly. We need to fight. We need the flesh of the undead to feed our Frost Wolves." "No rush." Osama waved his hand and said, "We're running too fast. The other tribes can't catch up. A battle like this can easily lead to danger." The young Osama had a calmness and composure that was rare among the orcs, even though he was facing the undead that were vulnerable in the eyes of all the orcs. "Ha ha! Danger? What danger would there be when dealing with those pitifully weak undead?" Shak laughed and waved the ugly and irregular mace in his hand. "These pitiful fellows. They'll soon beg for mercy under my big mace." Osama ignored Shak. Shak's loyalty was unquestionable, but he was too reckless and did not use his brain to think. The hundreds of knights also stopped. They jumped down from the backs of the Frost Wolves and took out bloody raw meat. They threw it into the air, causing a group of Frost Wolves to fight over it. These wild and untamed exotic beasts became excited when they smelled the fresh blood. They kept fighting over the raw meat that fell from the air, and their roars echoed across the plains. "Sir, will there really be a black crystal mine in the place we're going?" Shak asked gruffly as he stuffed a piece of raw meat into his mount's mouth. His leader, Osama, was sitting on the ground, taking out a simple map and examining it carefully. "Definitely." Osama raised his head from the map, his ugly face full of confidence. "A few days ago, I received news that some mysterious undead bought nearly 10,000 black crystal coins worth of weapons and equipment in the Forgotten City." Nearly 10,000 black crystal coins? The undead are actually so rich? Shak exclaimed when he heard this. In Hakant, the undead were synonymous with poverty and weakness. 10,000 black crystal coins was not a small sum. It was no wonder that Shaq was so surprised. Osama smiled and said, "I want to find someone to investigate. These undead are from the Shadow Bandits in the Sunset Mountains. There are only two reasons why they suddenly became so rich. One is that they obtained a black crystal mine and started mining it. The other is that they robbed a large merchant group. However, the possibility of the latter is not high. Sir, are you saying that they might have found a black crystal mine?" A hint of greed flashed in Shaq's eyes. He rubbed his fists and said, "We're going to be rich." Osama smiled. He told Shaq the third reason, which was that the undead's influence had slowly begun to recover. Although it had not yet happened, there were already signs of it. The Shadow Bandits were one of them. The Shadow Bandits had gathered 20,000 people under the Sunset Mountains. Although it was not a large number, they would slowly threaten the Frostwolf clan's rule in Hakant in the long run. The Frostwolf clan's chief, Long, did not let Osama stay in Hakant for nothing. Osama narrowed his eyes and slowly put the tattered map away. He had already made up his mind. Whether or not there was a black crystal mine, the Shadow Bandits had to be exterminated. Roar. At that moment, a dragon's roar came from the sky. A huge two-legged dragon slowly descended from the sky. This was another powerful troop of the Orc tribe, the two-legged dragon riders with god-level strength. The Orc rider on the back of the two-legged dragon bowed. "Sir Osama, a black crystal mine has been discovered not far ahead. It has been occupied by a group of undead." It's true. Osama was shocked when he heard this. This proved that his guess was right. Pass down the order. Everyone, speed up and get to the black crystal mine before sunset. Yes, sir. Ha! That's great. I can finally move my muscles. Shaq quickly mounted his mount and laughed. Osama smiled coldly. With the pitifully weak strength of the undead, Shaq would not even have the chance to move his muscles. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Soon, the Frostwolf army's reinforcements caught up. Apart from the Wolf Riders, there were also powerful Orc infantry, Troll headhunters, Kodo riders, two-legged dragon riders, and a small number of shamans and Orc witch doctors. Chapter 851. The battle between Cronia and Shea had already begun. Both sides were exchanging blows in an extremely intense manner. The area where they were fighting had become a vacuum. At this moment, Cronia's body had turned into a phantom. Her speed was extremely fast. Shea's defense was extremely strong. Coupled with a nightmare beast under her, she made up for her lack of speed. Cronia closed in step by step, as though she wanted to cut her opponent down. Cronia was getting more and more alarmed. She wasn't afraid of Shea. Shea's strength was similar to hers. Even if she couldn't defeat her, she could still retreat. What made her alarmed was another feeling. This feeling was very mysterious. It was as though something was wrong, but she had deliberately ignored it. This feeling was very bad. It made her unable to focus on dealing with Shea. Wait! A light bulb flashed in Cronia's mind. She finally understood what was wrong. Where was Haend? Where were the other demigod experts of the Umbra Bandits? She and Shea had been fighting fiercely for so long. They should have shown up long ago to help. Cronia didn't dare to say for others, but Haend definitely would. This was because Cronia knew that Haend had always been infatuated with her. But where did he go? You have an ambush? Thinking of this, Cronia finally woke up. She gnashed her teeth and said, at this point, even a fool would know that the other party must have another force to deal with her Umbra Bandits. The two figures finally separated. Shea waved a long sword in her hand. Her expression was still indifferent. It seems that it's a little too late for you to know now. How many people do you have? Cronia was shocked and furious. Her eyes looked as though they were about to spit fire. Not many. Just me. Before Shaya could answer, a voice leisurely came from a distant place. Cronia focused her gaze and saw a human wearing a necromancer's robe standing not far away, slowly walking out from a shadowy corner. Necromancer? Cronia was stunned. She didn't know why, but this human necromancer gave her an extremely dangerous feeling. This feeling was even stronger than the female death knight in front of her. When facing Shea, Cronia only felt that she was powerful. But when facing this necromancer, Cronia felt as though she was facing the Grim Reaper. Cronia took a step back, her face turning even paler. You? Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that you're finished, and so is the dark shadow thieves. The human necromancer in front of him said indifferently. At this time, his pitch-black eyes suddenly burst out with a sharp green light. Boom! Cronia's chest seemed to have been hit by a sledgehammer. She took a few steps back and sat on the ground softly. At some point in time, blood had already flowed out of the corner of her mouth. Soul attack! What a powerful soul attack! A trace of shock appeared in Cronia's eyes. The reason why necromancers were terrifying was because they had an endless array of attacks. Some of their attacks were extremely mysterious and strange, and soul attacks were one of them. Being able to use powerful soul attacks meant that he had a higher level of understanding of soul force. The necromancer in front of him was a terrifying figure. The necromancer in front of Cronia was Ron. He took advantage of the time when Cronia and Shea were fighting to sneak in and take care of most of the guards. He even took care of her subordinate, divine necromancer Haend. It had to be said that Haend was very powerful and wasn't inferior to Klein. But with Ron's current strength, it was a piece of cake. Under Ron's powerful spiritual pressure, Cronia could only surrender. At this time, Vitra ran out and took out a rope made of unknown material and tied Cronia's hand behind her back. Are you all right? Ron glanced at Shea and asked with concern. He knew that Shea had been poisoned by Cronia. I'm fine. Feeling Ron's concerned gaze, Shea's heart warmed. After a short rest, the Death Knight's powerful recovery ability had already cleansed her body of the poison. Ron nodded. He had always liked Shea, but he didn't want Shea to marry him. He knew that Shea wouldn't. Their souls were already linked. She would only be Ron's guardian knight forever. Perhaps the relationship between the two had already surpassed love. Cronia and the others were dejected as they were escorted into the valley by White, Vitra, and Nicole. They saw the members of the Umbra bandit gang lying all over the place. Their eyes were wide open, but their bodies weren't moving at all. You? What did you do to them? Cronia glared at Ron. Nothing, just a soul imprisonment. As long as you give up on the Black Crystal Mine and withdraw from the Setting Sun Mountain range, I'll let you go. Ron smiled faintly. The Umbra bandit gang was also undead. He didn't want to kill too many of them, so he only imprisoned their souls. Give up on the Black Crystal Mine. Cronia's eyes were filled with unwillingness. The Umbra bandit gang had occupied this Black Crystal Mine, mined a large amount of Black Crystal coins, and used them to purchase weapons, equipment, and upgrade the stronghold's defenses. They had already tasted the sweetness. Now that the other party wanted them to give up, no one would be willing to do so. However, the situation was beyond their control. Cronia had no other choice. Miss Cronia, this Black Crystal Mine wasn't discovered by you in the first place. It could be considered as returning it to its rightful owner. Letting you leave unharmed is already good enough. I'll give you 3 minutes to consider. Otherwise, I won't be polite. Shea said coldly. She wasn't as easy to talk to as Ron. We're rich. We're rich. Lord Ron. Lord Shea. At this moment, White ran out of the stronghold's warehouse like a gust of wind. He was so excited that he couldn't speak properly. Black crystal coins. More than 100,000 black crystal coins. More than 100,000 black crystal coins. More than 100,000. They mined so much over the past few days. Ron sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder both the Umbra bandit gang and the undead of Deathnell Town had risked their lives for this Black Crystal Mine. The feeling of getting rich overnight couldn't be any better. You can leave now. Ron was in a good mood. He waved his hand and said to Cronia. At this moment, Cronia found out that the two humans before her were called Ron and Shea. That necromancer named Ron was far above Death Knight Shea in both strength and realm. However, Cronia was still unwilling to give up on the Black Crystal Mine. At this moment, she clenched her teeth and coldly said, Do you think this Black Crystal Mine will definitely belong to you? You are still too naive. Oh. Ron turned around, a trace of killing intent flashing in his eyes. He didn't expect these fellows to be so uncooperative even when they were at death's door. He had already let them go, so what else did they want? If necessary, Ron would go on a killing spree. In this main plane, where the strong preyed on the weak, being soft-hearted wasn't a good thing. Don't misunderstand, I'm not talking about us. Cronia's expression stiffened when Ron stared at her, and her arrogance weakened somewhat. I'm talking about the Beastmen. The Beastmen of Forgotten City. If they discover this place, you're finished. Cronia glanced at Ron and said, "Not only will you lose the Black Crystal Mine, but you will also lose your lives. This doesn't seem to be something you should be concerned about," Ron coldly said. At this moment, Cronia's expression suddenly changed. "Not good. The Beastmen are here." "What?" When Cronia said this, everyone was stunned. They clearly heard Cronia say, "The Beastmen are here." White and Vitro were shocked at first, but they quickly calmed down and sneered. "We just talked about the Beastmen, and the Beastmen are here immediately." "Cronia, are you trying to scare us?" Ron's expression also darkened. No, this time it's true. It's true. The Beastmen are here." Cronia was so anxious that she almost cried. The mechanism she had set up under the valley of the Sunset Mountains, Undead Guard, had been activated. Through the eyes of the Undead Guard, she saw the Beastmen army rolling past. Plunderers, WMS, Kodos, shamans, Beastmen, witch doctors, and the Beastmen army had always been the nightmare of the undead in Hakant. They had the symbol of the Frostwolf tribe on their bodies. This was the Beastmen army from the Forgotten City's Frostwolf tribe. Swish! Shea frantically pulled out her sword and rushed forward. She said expressionlessly, "Miss Cronia, I don't care if what you said is true or not, but you talk too much nonsense." After saying this, she ignored the others and swung her sword at Cronia. It's over. Cronia's heart was filled with sorrow. She didn't expect that she would die at the hands of an impulsive human because she talked too much. Wait! A voice stopped Shea's movement. To Cronia, this was no less than the sound of nature. Swish! A sound was heard. Shea's sword stopped at Cronia's neck. The sharp tip of the sword had already cut off a strand of her beautiful hair. At this moment, Shea turned her head and looked at Ron in confusion. What she said is true. A large number of Beastmen have come down from the Sunset Mountains. There are more than 5,000 of them. Shea and the others hadn't discovered it yet. But who was Ron? He was a god. He only needed to scan with his divine sense to know everything. 5,000. The right siblings' faces turned pale. 5,000 Beastmen army was enough to sweep through the entire Hakant. They were Beastmen, not undead. If they really fought, 50,000 undead might not be a match for 5,000 Beastmen army. What do we do? At the thought of having to fight the Beastmen army, despair rose in the hearts of the undead in Deathnell Town. They could be ruthless to the undead, but they didn't dare to have the slightest intention of resisting the Beastmen, whether they were Beastmen, angels, or elves. Looking at the faces of the undead, Ron understood. The defeat 100,000 years ago had left a deep mark on all the undead. It had completely destroyed the fighting spirit they relied on for survival. The undead had thoroughly become a synonym for weakness. Perhaps after another 100,000 years, the undead plane would no longer belong to the undead. These matters might be too far away. He had to think of a way to resolve the matter at hand. Ron admitted that the 5,000 Beastmen army had indeed given him unprecedented pressure. He could summon 100,000 undead creatures, but that wouldn't be enough to resist the attack of the Beastmen army. This was the mortal plane, not the Noah continent. Ron might be able to sweep through everything on the Noah continent, but he definitely couldn't do so in the mortal plane. What do we do? Ron's gaze fell on Cronia. He immediately had a plan. "Miss Cronia, are you willing to fight against the Beastmen with me? After this matter is resolved, you will benefit greatly," Ron said after pondering for a moment. "You can take 30% of the black crystal coins mined here." There was no other way but to forge an alliance. If Cronia was smart enough, she would agree to this condition. A very constructive proposal. To put it bluntly, you just want us to risk our lives for you. Cronia sneered when she heard that. She slowly moved closer and stared at Ron. But Mr. Ron, think about it. Why should I believe you? Chapter 852. Roar. A loud roar came from the sky. It was the two-legged dragon knight of the orcs. At this time, he had already arrived above the valley, and his terrifying aura caused the two sides that were still fighting in the valley to stop. Orcs! It's the orcs. The orcs are here. Run! The appearance of the orcs caused the undead to panic. They scattered and screamed as if the end of the world had come. The two-legged dragon was over 100 meters long, and its body was about the same size as an ordinary dragon. However, it was different from a dragon in that its long wings were connected to the claws on its arms. A ferocious-looking orc rode on its back, casting a huge shadow in the sky. Its roar echoed in every corner of the valley. Looking at the two-legged dragon in the sky, Ron smiled coldly. He grabbed with his right hand, and a powerful soul force quickly condensed into a white-bone spear. Death Spear! Ron snorted and threw the death spear at the two-legged dragon in the sky. The death spear rose into the air like an arrow. Boom! The two-legged dragon in the sky let out a scream, and then fell like a kite with its string cut. Lord Osama, look! Sark pointed at the two-legged dragon in the sky and roared angrily. They killed our two-legged dragon knight. The muscles on Osama's face twitched violently, and his face was full of anger. It was not easy to train a two-legged dragon knight, and it was an extremely excellent and rare troop. He had only brought 2 of them with him on this expedition to scout. How could he not be angry when one of them was lost at the beginning of the expedition? However, other than anger, Osama was also a little surprised. When did the undead become so bold? They killed his two-legged dragon without a word. Logically speaking, these undead should be trembling in front of the powerful two-legged dragon. Everyone, speed up. I want to wring the heads of these undead before nightfall. Osama's face was as calm as still water, and his words seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Roar! An earth-shattering roar erupted from the orcs. They raised their weapons high and constantly beat their chests. How is it? Ron turned around and asked Cronia. Gulp! A sound was heard. Cronia could almost hear herself gulping. In the blink of an eye, a two-legged dragon of God's domain had been killed. This was simply too shocking for her. What shocked her even more was Ron's unhesitant and merciless killing intent. I agree. Cronia took a deep breath and looked at Ron meaningfully. But you have to release my men first. The orc army marched forward majestically and soon arrived at the bottom of the valley of the Sunset Mountains. From afar, they could see the orc flag fluttering in the wind. It was a huge wolf head. Orc Frost Wolf Legion. Ron's eyes gradually froze. Even though he was so close, he could still feel the strong, killing intent in his heart. The undead plain belonged to the undead. When these tyrannical orcs stepped on the land of the undead, Ron felt humiliated, deeply humiliated. Ron carefully observed the orcs in the valley and discovered that these orcs were very different from the orcs of the Noah continent. They were much taller and stronger than the orcs of the Noah continent. They were also much more powerful. To be precise, they were closer to beasts than humans. However, there were some similarities. These orcs were valiant, crude, greedy, cunning, and cruel. They were like wild wolves of the grasslands, full of aggression. 5,000 orcs lined up in a row at the bottom of the valley. The momentum they created far surpassed that of 20,000 undead. This was a well-equipped main battle army. There were infantry, cavalry, catapults, two-legged dragons, and even Tauren warriors. The appearance of these powerful orcs in the Sunset Mountains caused great panic among the undead. Although they were few in number, they were able to display the most powerful combat strength. At a closer distance, Ron could even see the contempt on the orcs' faces. In the eyes of these orcs, these weak undead were not even worth mentioning. Some even thought that Osama was making a mountain out of a molehill. On the other hand, when Ron's eyes fell on Cronia and Haend, he saw fear, deep fear. Even the right siblings were pale. Ron could even feel their legs trembling. Are you afraid? Ron took a deep breath and asked. No, we are not afraid. Your Excellency, Lich King, the right siblings said with trembling voices. When Ron took out the legendary Calamity God staff, they had already confirmed Ron's identity and were determined to follow him. Cronia and Haend were also smiling, but their smiles were somewhat unnatural. If it were not for Ron's powerful strength suppressing them, they would have turned around and left long ago. No one knew better than Cronia how terrifying the orcs were. Just over 200 orcs could chase down and beat down 10,000 undead. 5,000 orc elites were enough to sweep through the entire Hakant district. The Sunset Mountains were not far from the Forgotten City. The Shadow Bandits and the Frostwolf Corps had conflict from time to time, but Cronia always lost more than she won. Cronia took a deep breath. Your Excellency, Lich King, are we really going to fight? What do you think? Ron's eyes narrowed as he stared at her. As long as she said the word no, he would kill her immediately. As if she felt Ron's killing intent, Cronia's heart trembled. She immediately lowered her head. Your Excellency, Lich King, I am not questioning your orders. It's just that the orcs are too powerful. We should retreat to the valley and use the terrain and the ghost tower to kill them. No. Ron shook his head and rejected Cronia's suggestion. He pondered for a moment and made a decision that exceeded everyone's expectations. Shea. Ron turned to Shea and said, lead 5,000 undead into battle and teach them a lesson. 5,000? Hearing this, Cronia couldn't believe her ears. What would be the result of 5,000 undead fighting against 5,000 beastmen? Even if she used her toes to think, she could imagine it. Relying on the advantageous terrain, such as the valley and the ghost tower, to fight against the beastmen, they might not necessarily win. This guy actually wants Shaya to lead 5,000 undead fighting against the beastmen? Crazy, he must be crazy. Cronia thought sadly in her heart. Yes, compared to Cronia, Shea was not too afraid of the orcs. In the Noah continent, the orcs did not have the slightest intention of resisting the Scourge Church. On the contrary, she only felt that 5,000 undead was a little too much. Shea did not waste any time. She led 5,000 undead into the valley. Among these 5,000 undead, there were more than 1,000 from Deathnell Town and 4,000 from the Umber Bandits. Oh my, so many orcs. Are we really going to fight these orcs? There's no way we can win. Seeing 5,000 orcs standing in front of them, the undead felt as if their feet did not belong to them anymore. Fear appeared on their faces. Shea rode on the nightmare beast. There were still traces of battle on her body. She faced the 5,000 orcs in a row with an indifferent expression. Perhaps sensing Shea's calmness, the 5,000 undead calmed down. Ron also held his breath as he stared at the situation at the foot of the mountain. It was a fair battle. 5,000 undead against 5,000 orcs. His decision was not based on a stupid idea, but because he wanted to see the true fighting power of the undead. They actually came out. Damn it, they actually have the guts to come out. Damn undead. The orc army that was about to attack the valley suddenly saw the undead surging out of the valley. They cursed angrily. Interesting. Osama was stunned for a moment. Then, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Ever since his Scourge army fell from its peak 100,000 years ago, the undead had never faced the orcs head-on, no matter how many of them there were. What made them regain the courage that they once lost? This was a question worth pondering. However, Osama did not dwell on this question. He did not care about these undead at all. He smiled coldly and waved his hand, making a gesture. Chapter 853. Roar. In an instant, the 5,000 orcs let out an earth-shattering roar. Following that, countless frost wolf knights charged out from the ranks. There were more than 800 of them. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The 800 orc wolf knights galloping across the plains were more imposing than an army of thousands. Even the undead far away in a valley could feel the violent tremors coming from the ground. Ron only used 5,000 undead, and Osama was even more ruthless. He only used 800 wolf knights. He didn't think much of the undead in front of him at all. At this time, the undead also began to make their preparations. They chanted softly, and a mysterious and eerie aura reverberated in the valley. Not long after, thousands of undead crawled out from the ground. Skeletons, ghouls, black knights, skeleton mages, terror knights, abyssal skeletal dragons, and other undead stood on the ground, roaring and wailing. Kill! Shea rode on the back of the nightmare beast and pointed her longsword forward. The undead finally mustered their courage and charged. Under the valley of the setting sun mountains, the undead and orcs each launched their own attacks, filling the air with smoke and dust. Shea had already activated the evil halo. The red light enveloped all the undead, and for a moment, the recovery ability of the undead was greatly increased. They were getting closer and closer. Shea could almost see the ferocious faces of the orcs, as well as their unique stench. The leading orc was riding on a huge black wolf and wielding a huge spike club. His face was even uglier and more ferocious than the other orcs. It was Sark. Boom! The undead and orcs collided fiercely, and a huge explosion erupted. At this time, Ron's heart tightened. He saw that the frail bodies of the undead were no match for the tall orcs. They were knocked over in an instant. However, Ron still saw the undead that were knocked over struggling to get up and pouncing angrily at their enemies. This made Ron feel a little relieved. Roar! The leading orc roared and smashed the head of an abomination with his spike club. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The abomination's strength had already reached the level of the sacred domain, but it was still killed by a single strike from this powerful beastman. This beastman was none other than Sark. Shaq rode on the back of the giant wolf, moving as fast as the wind. His mace ruthlessly smashed down, turning one undead creature after another into green smoke. Bang! Ding! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out, and Sark, who was in the middle of slaughtering the undead, was blocked by a knight. Shea's face was still as cold as an ancient well. Ugly orc, your opponent is me. You're human? Because he was too far away to see clearly, Sark now discovered that his opponent was not an undead, but a human. Looking at this face that was completely different from an undead's, Shaq laughed heartily. I thought you were an undead, but you're actually a human who cultivates soul power. But to us noble beastmen, you're all the same. You're just a trashy race. Arrogant and conceited beastman. Shea's expression did not change, but now it was a bit colder. When you die under my sword, I hope you can still laugh. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between Shea and the Beastman cavalry set off huge waves on the battlefield. Both sides were exchanging blows, and the battle was very intense. In a one-on-one battle, Shea was not at a disadvantage. On the contrary, she was even faintly suppressing Sark. Sark was so angry that he kept shouting. Although the Beastmen were strong, Shea had the strongest defense of a knight. Moreover, she was highly skilled in martial arts. Sark was not her opponent at all. In fact, Shea was not much stronger than Sark. It was just that Sark had a preconceived notion that the undead were too weak. Under Shea's powerful attacks, this had formed a psychological gap. Mother, Beastman, run, don't kill me. I beg you. However, other than Shea, the other undead did not fight so hard. When they came into contact with the Beastmen, they were like snow melting in spring. They were quickly defeated, and the summoned undead creatures turned into black smoke and disappeared. The undead either died or fled. In an instant, a third of the 5,000 undead were lost. Some of the undead even knelt down and begged their enemies. What's going on? Ron was dumbfounded. He had expected the undead to be defeated, but he did not expect them to be defeated so quickly and so thoroughly. There was almost no resistance, and they were defeated directly. Were these still the undead? Was this the once insufferably arrogant Scourge army? Failure. It was too much of a failure. Rather than lament their misfortune, it would be better to say that Ron was angry at their failure to fight. These undeads weren't because they weren't strong enough. In fact, these 5,000 undeads had been carefully selected. Most of them were powerful undeads, but compared to the beastmen, these undeads lacked something. This something was called fighting spirit. Ron could not see fighting spirit in any of the undead in front of him, except for Shea. What Ron saw was that a sacred domain undead was actually killed on the spot by a young beastman who only had the strength of a master. A sacred domain undead was actually chased around by 3 or 4 beastmen who only had the strength of a sacred domain undead. Ridiculous. It was really ridiculous. If Ron did not see it with his own eyes, he would not dare to believe it. If possible, Ron would rather that none of this had happened. Were these undead? Were they really undead? Were these guys who were chased around by weak beastmen really undead? You. Why didn't you resist? Why didn't you resist? With the strength of a sacred domain, why didn't you resist? Would you rather let this beastman, who only had the strength of a master, chop off your head? Why? Where's your bone prison? You can summon your bone prison. Why didn't you summon it to stop him? Where's your bone spear? This thing is not a fire stick. It's a weapon that can kill people. As long as you summon it to stab him, he'll die. Why? Why would you rather die than resist? Ron clenched his fists tightly. His eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. His heart was bleeding. The undead really disappointed him. The undead of the main plane had their backs broken and lost their faith. No one told them that the soul power they cultivated was a very powerful force. No one told them that they once had glory and glory. No one told them that although they did not have the strength and body of the beastmen, they did not have the powerful magic and exquisite armor of the elves, they did not have the beautiful wings of the angels, and the holy light that could purify everything, but they had faith. They had a firm faith. It was because of this faith that they could charge through the dwarves' cannon fire. They could rush through the bombardment of the angels' holy light. All of this was because they had faith. They knew that the god of death had not abandoned them. All of this was gone with the passing of the Lich King. The undead became paranoid, sensitive, and fragile. They didn't believe in their own strength. They didn't believe in their own beliefs. But then again, if they didn't have a firm belief, how could they be so powerful? An army without fighting spirit was definitely not an army. They were just a flock of sheep. Undead without faith were not worthy of being called undead. With Ron's strength, he could naturally summon a large number of undead creatures to do battle. He could even obtain victory in this battle to defend the Black Crystal Mine. But could this solve the problem? No, apart from Ron, Cronia was also surprised. They're actually still standing. Heavens, this is too inconceivable. The situation was already a one-sided victory, but the victorious side was the Beastmen. They only used 800 Wolf Knights to defeat the 5,000 undead. Their Beastman infantry and Kodo Beastmen Knights hadn't even been dispatched yet. Of course, Shea was an exception. However, her situation was also not good. Unknowingly, apart from a few ghouls that were struggling at death's door, there were no other undead around her. At this moment, the Beastmen had already discovered this lone Death Knight and surrounded her. Shaya, let's retreat first. At this moment, Ron calmly gave the order to retreat. He had already given up on the idea of a direct confrontation with the Beastmen. The current undead had already lost their faith. They were no longer the Calamity Army that terrorized the entire main plane. Yes. Chapter 854. After Shea retreated, the orcs quickly retreated as well. No matter how arrogant and conceited Zack was, he knew that it was impossible for a few hundred orc cavalrymen to break into a heavily guarded stronghold. Although Zack returned with a great victory, after his battle with Shea, he no longer looked down on the undead. Apart from that human Death Knight, the other undead are not worth mentioning at all. After retreating from the battlefield, Zack honestly reported to Osama. Human. Osama frowned. Why would a human appear here? I don't know. Zack shrugged. Maybe it's a human from a subplane who has cultivated the power of the undead. Every day, countless powerhouses from subplanes came to the main plane. After a subplane established a connection with the main plane, there would be an endless stream of people from various races coming to the main plane every day. Therefore, there were never many powerhouses from subplanes coming to the main plane. However, the number of powerhouses from all the subplanes added up to a considerable number. The powerhouses from the subplanes that had established a connection with the main plane were personally selected by the races from the main plane. Only those who were at least of the divine realm would be noticed by the various races on the main plane. There were countless powerhouses in the main plane. Powerhouses from the sacred domain, who could call the wind and summon the rain in the subplanes, were nothing in the main plane. Powerhouses from the divine realm were everywhere in the main plane. Even if they were as powerful as the gods, the main plane never lacked powerhouses from the divine realm. For example, the orcs were recommended by the orcs from the main plane of strength, and the elves were recommended by the elves from the main plane of life. Some powerhouses from the subplanes who were recommended to the main plane stayed, married, and had children. Nobody knew how many generations had passed since then. For example, Zach's grandfather was a powerhouse who was recommended to the main plane from a subplane. The person who recommended him was an emissary from the Frostwolf army. Zach was already the third generation. Osama nodded gently. This was the only explanation. However, although this human was powerful, he had surrendered to the undead. That was a sad thing. Lord Osama, there's no time to lose. Let's attack. Sark waved the mace in his hand and roared. Snatched their black crystal ores. Osama had already learned about the location of the black crystal mine from the two-legged dragon knight, and the resistance of the undead had confirmed his conjecture. Passed down the order, attack. For the tribe. Hearing this, Sark raised the mace in his hand and roared loudly. For the tribe. Under Shaq's lead, all the orcs raised their weapons and roared. Attack. Osama's face was grim as he calmly gave the order. Kill, kill, kill. On the plains below the valley of the Sunset Mountain Range, waves of roars came from the orc army. They surged towards the stronghold of the Dark Shadow Bandits like a flood. Their steps were chaotic, and they raised their crude weapons as they charged towards the stronghold of the Dark Shadow Bandits. Rumble, rumble. The earth was shaking, and the sky seemed to be covered with a layer of shadow. A murderous aura was approaching from afar, filling the small stronghold. The hearts of all the undead trembled, and despair appeared on their pale faces. Are you all right? Within the stronghold, Shea had returned safely. Ron, Cronia, and the others were already waiting for her. Shea's expression was a little ugly. The loss of the first battle was a heavy blow to the morale of the undead. I'm fine. Shea shook her head. She turned to look at Cronia and moved her mouth. She wanted to say something, but no words came out. This was not a reflection of strength, but of fighting spirit. Leading a group of undead without any fighting spirit was a very depressing thing. Cronia did not feel anything. She only felt that this battle was too normal, and it would be abnormal if they won. It was not just the orcs. The undead had an innate fear of any race. The orcs had begun their attack. Cronia was currently nervous. She turned to Ron and said, Lord Lich King, with our current strength, we can't defend the stronghold. Why don't we retreat? Retreat? Ron frowned. He shook his head and ignored Cronia. He heavily tapped the Calamity God staff on the ground and said, Let's go, Shea. Let's teach these arrogant orcs a lesson, yes. Shea looked at Cronia with disdain before turning to leave. Lord Lich King. Cronia wanted to call out to Ron, but the words stopped at the tip of her tongue. She saw the deep disappointment in Ron's eyes as he looked at her. Looking at Ron's slightly bent back and firm and powerful footsteps as he left, Cronia's expression was complicated. She didn't say anything. Forget it. Let's not care about them. At this moment, undead divine Magus Hain of the Umbra Bandits came up and said fiercely, Why should we care about those reckless fellows? If they want to throw away their lives, do we have to follow them? If we lead our people in retreat, they won't dare to do anything. Cronia stood there like a wooden statue and did not speak for a long time. So what if he's really the successor of the Lich King? We've already done our best. No one can blame us. Hain became anxious when he saw Cronia's indifference. He raised his voice. He didn't want his beloved woman to die an unnatural death. No matter what, the Calamity God staff is real. His strength is also real. At this moment, Cronia shook her head. She no longer paid attention to Hain and turned to chase after him. That bastard! Hain fiercely stomped his feet and chased after him. It was unknown whether he was cursing Ron or Cronia. Kill! 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 The orcs killed their way into the Umbra bandits' stronghold like a whirlwind. A few guards at the entrance of the valley couldn't dodge in time and were instantly chopped into meat paste by the orc wolf riders. Run! The orcs are here! Don't kill me! The orc army was led by the wolf riders and quickly advanced. The orc infantry followed closely behind. At this moment, the stronghold's sturdy gate was smashed open by a giant beast. This giant beast was like a rhinoceros. It had a few huge horns on its nose and forehead and a long tail behind it. Its body was even bigger than 2 elephants. On its back was an orc knight. The orc knight's hands were like wheels as he beat a huge war drum, making rhythmic dong-dong sounds. Kodo Beast. The Kodo Beast Knight is here, the undead cried out in fright. Facing this terrifying giant beast, they felt as if their breathing was about to stop. Kodo beasts were the exclusive mounts of the orcs. They were tamed from exotic beasts and had all the abilities of exotic beasts. They had a huge body and sturdy armor. They also had the terrifying ability to devour enemy soldiers. The huge war drum beat by the orcs on the back of the Kodo beast was a kind of halo power. Not only could it boost morale, but it could also increase the orcs' attack and defense by 10%. It was a very powerful unit on the battlefield. Under the beating of the Kodo beast's war drum, all the orcs were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Their morale rose to the highest point in an instant. At this moment, the orcs had already attacked the stronghold. The top of the Ghost Tower and Frost Tower in the stronghold lit up and released rays of light like spider webs to attack the enemy. The orcs that were hit by the light rays screamed and fell to the ground. However, there were too few Ghost Towers and Frost Towers. The dozen or so towers couldn't stop the surging orcs at all. At this time, the orcs also began to attack the undead's towers. Under the orcs' attacks, the towers collapsed one after another, turning into clouds of black mist and disappearing. Attack! 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 The orc army was like a raging inferno. There was no doubt about their strength. The Kodo beasts were extremely powerful. They were like indestructible tanks, and a single charge was enough to turn a defensive tower into ashes. Not good. The towers are falling. Protect the towers. When the undead saw this, they ran out of the towers in panic and took up their weapons to fight the orcs. Tut! 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 At this time, the troll hunters among the orcs showed their might. These powerful trolls were part of the orc tribe. They held huge spears in their hands and threw them forward one by one. The trolls' powerful strength, combined with the steel spear's attack power, caused the orcs to die one after another. The remaining undead didn't bravely attack. Instead, they turned around and ran. Then the orcs caught up and attacked them from behind. Vexed, this battle was simply too vexed. Seeing this scene, Ron couldn't bear to watch anymore. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. How could these undead fight against the orc army that was armed to the teeth? They had lost their faith and no longer had the will to fight. Defeat was only a matter of time. However, Ron knew that the black crystal mine had to be protected. If they lost this black crystal mine, they would lose everything. Faith! I have to let them regain their faith. Ron took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. He seemed to have made up his mind. Shaya raised his eyebrows and the corners of his mouth rose, revealing a slight smile. Kill! Kill them all! Don't leave a single one alive. Break that ice tower. Brothers, go! Osama roared. He fought while commanding the orcs. In a war in the main plain, it was impossible for a commander to stay out of the battle. Every commander had to be excellent at commanding and had to be powerful. They had to charge at the front and fight together with the warriors. However, ever since Osama broke through the gate and entered the stronghold of the Shadow Bandits, he had always felt uneasy. It was just like when he was 3 years old and was targeted by a wild wolf in the wild. The orc's natural sixth sense made him instantly vigilant. At this moment, Osama's attention was attracted by something on the hillside. A person was standing on the hillside. Strictly speaking, this person was not a person. He was wrapped in armor made of fine iron and held a long bone staff in his hand. He wore a hideous skull mask on his head, making him look like a demon from hell. The person's body slowly left the ground, and his black robe fluttered in the wind. Is it him? Instinctively, Osama felt that the uneasiness in his heart seemed to come from this man. He was a necromancer, but Osama couldn't see his strength clearly. At this time, the bone staff in the black-robed man's hand spun. A strange and eerie aura of death shrouded the entire battlefield. What's that? Seeing this scene, an undead pointed at the sky and shouted, causing the other undead to look up. When all the undead's gazes fell on the man's skull mask, they suddenly stood there as if they were struck by lightning. This skull mask was hideous and terrifying, but there was nothing special about it. However, to the undead, this terrifying mask seemed so amiable and peaceful. The terrifying mask and the spinning bone staff awakened the memories hidden in the depths of many undead's hearts. At this moment, all the undead seemed to have forgotten that they were on a battlefield. They stared blankly at this scene, as if time had stopped forever. Unknowingly, the gazes of all the undead changed. The numbness became fanatical, and the cowardice became firm. A raging fighting spirit rose in their hearts like a ball of fire. Burning their bodies, with a swish, a blood-red flag was raised high. The color was as dazzling as blood, and in the center of that flag was embroidered a terrifying skull. Ron quietly floated in the sky with a cold expression. He held the Calamity God's staff and slowly pointed forward. Go, undead, for the glory of the past, for the dignity that you have lost, for the eternal faith. Lich King! Lich King! Boom! At this time, the undead finally exploded. Their eyes flashed with anger as they roared and roared. They held simple and crude weapons and pounced on the orcs. The undead stood up. Countless undead creatures stood up. As if they could feel the will of their summoner, these undead creatures seemed to have been bestowed with unyielding courage. The battle slowly became fierce and stalemated. The undead burst out with courage and fighting spirit 100 times stronger. They crazily pounced on their enemies and wrestled with them. If their weapons broke, they would pounce on them and bite them with their teeth. They would smash them with stones. Some even hugged the orcs tightly and rolled down the hill while roaring, "What's going on? What's going on with them?" Chapter 855. Roar. Under the guidance of the Lich King, Ron, the undead went crazy. They advanced dauntlessly without any fear of death. Countless undead corpses paved a bloody path, but even so, the undead still fought to the death. They didn't have strong bodies, great strength, or magnificent magic. They only had strong willpower and immortal souls. What's going on? What's wrong with these undead? Although the beastmen were brave, they still couldn't handle these crazy undead. The undead in front of them had completely overturned their understanding. Their fear came from their ignorance. Unknowingly, the arrogance on the beastmen's faces was slowly replaced by fear. The battle entered a stalemate. The beastmen's attacks gradually slowed down. As more and more undead rushed out, the scales of the battle began to tilt towards the Shadow Thieves. The Lich King. He really is the Lich King. Cronia watched this scene quietly. She was so emotional that tears fell from her eyes. At this moment, she felt as though she was witnessing the Calamity army that had swept across the mortal plane 100,000 years ago. The powerful undead, unyielding will, and firm beliefs played an eternal elegy. In an instant, Cronia made a decision that she would never regret. Follow Ron, follow the Lich King, follow the Scourge army. At this moment, Cronia slowly raised her right hand. The sharp, holy dagger flashed under the setting sun. Her face revealed a pious expression like that of a nun. For the undead, kill. Killing intent flashed in Cronia's beautiful eyes. She twisted her delicate body, and with a beautiful turn, she leaped into the chaotic crowd like a beautiful butterfly. Cronia, Hayne's cry of surprise came from behind, but Cronia ignored it. An orc wolf rider swung a huge warhammer and roared. He smashed the head of an undead that was charging at him. Blood mixed with brain matter splattered everywhere. Accompanied by the undead's resentful and unyielding gaze, the orc riding on the back of the wolf rider laughed loudly. At this moment, he only felt a slight chill on his neck, and his laughter stopped abruptly. A large head left his body and rolled down from his neck. Before death, there was still a look of fear and determination on his face, as if he had seen something terrifying. A shadow quickly left his body and searched for the next target. Swish! 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 After a few ups and downs, another dozen or so beastmen fell into pools of blood. Without exception, they were all killed in one blow. Their corpses either didn't have a head or only had a bloody hole. Cronia's appearance caused the orcs to panic. It's the Shadow Thief. The Shadow Thief has appeared. Release the manifest guards. An orc soldier calmly gave the order. The shaman behind the Beastman army didn't dare to be negligent and started chanting in a low voice. Not long after, something that looked like a magic staff fell from the sky and heavily inserted itself into the ground, bursting with intense light. Amidst the light, a stealthy shadow was forced to reveal itself. It's here. It's here. Kill it quickly. The orcs saw this and started shouting. The troll hunters raised their spears, and the orc soldiers and wolf riders quickly charged. With Cronia's superb stealth, even if she revealed herself, they could only see a rapidly moving afterimage. But a thief without much defensive ability would sooner or later be in danger if her whereabouts were exposed. Just as Cronia stabbed her dagger into the neck of a troll hunter, another orc soldier holding a greataxe rushed over with a sinister smile. Not good. Cronia inwardly cried out in alarm, but she discovered that it was too late to dodge. Boom! That greataxe beastman let out a blood-curdling scream and heavily fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth as his body kept twitching. A ghost kept coiling around his head, and at the same time, the beastman's life aura was rapidly drained. It looked like he wouldn't be able to survive. It's you? Cronia discovered that the person who had saved her was none other than Shea. Death Coil was the Death Knight's signature skill. Thank you. Cronia lowered her head, sheathed her dagger at her waist, and bowed. Shea nodded and didn't say anything. In this chaotic battlefield, there was no need for words. An expression and an action were enough. Cronia watched as Shea's figure charged out like a whirlwind, and immediately followed closely behind. The two powerhouses at the peak of divine domain worked together, and the orc's blood splattered all the way. Is it him? Osama stared at Ron's figure in the sky, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes that was filled with intense, killing intent. The constantly spinning skeletal staff and the terrifying and sinister steel mask. Osama couldn't help but recall a terrifying legend. The main character of this legend was that godlike man, Lich King. The Lich King wasn't a name, nor was it a job class. It was a title, a hero's title, just like the Dwarves King of the Hills. It was only a title, and the existence of this title represented the recognition of the power of all the factions in the mortal plane. A powerhouse with a hero's title was an existence that couldn't be ignored at any time. If he really was the legendary Lich King. No, this guy should be dead. Osama's eyes narrowed, and a glint flashed across his eyes. It was precisely because of the rumor that this terrifying man had died that his uncle had allowed the Frostwolf Legion to enter the undead plane and occupy the Forgotten City to test the undead's attitude. Over the past few thousand years, everything had been peaceful, and Osama had slowly forgotten about this matter. He had become bolder, and not only had he occupied the Forgotten City and the surrounding undead cities, he had even extended his demonic hand to the entire Hakant district. Could it be that he's revived? If this man was really the Lich King, then he wouldn't be facing the Shadow Bandits, but the real Scourge. If that was the case, then the 5,000 orcs would have no chance of winning at all. The revival of the Lich King was a major event that shook the entire mortal plane. Just him alone was enough to change the power structure of the mortal plane. Even the strongest legion of holy angels in the mortal plane couldn't ignore him. Osama stared at the blood-red skull flag that represented the scourge, and his mind raced. He had to report this to his uncle immediately. This matter was too important. Osama's Uncle Long was also a hero, and his title was Berserk Ripper. Lord Osama, Lord Osama, Sark roared as he rushed forward, wiping the blood off his face. We can't hold on any longer. These undead have all gone mad. Sark had long since put away his previous arrogance and disdain. As the orcs fell one by one, Sark's heart was now filled with fear. I already know. Osama's face was dark. Don't let our brothers in the tribe make unnecessary sacrifices. We'll retreat immediately. Yes. Against the tide of undead, 5,000 orcs were indeed not enough. Moreover, the undead could summon undead creatures, and their numbers would soon reach a terrifying level. Coupled with their steel-like fighting spirit, the orcs couldn't hold on any longer. Sark and Osama both remembered this point. The undead now were no longer the undead of the past. The orcs had been defeated. After the 5,000 orcs and the crazy undead, only 1,000 orcs were left. Osama was helpless against the terrifying number of undead, and now he had to retreat. Ron looked at the undead that were fighting like crazy and felt a little comforted. After his encouragement and support, they were finally starting to look like something, although they still couldn't compare to the scourge from 100,000 years ago. The undead's courage and sacrifice weren't without reward. The orcs' defeat was almost certain. Although the orcs were very strong, they were simply too few in number. The orcs were now firmly held back by the undead of the Shadow Thieves. Countless undead creatures crawled up from the ground and madly pounced on the orcs. At this time, Ron's gaze fell on Osama. He had been paying attention to this orc commander and saw that he quickly gathered a group of orcs and slowly retreated out of the stronghold. Chapter 856. Shea, keep an eye on that orc. Don't let them escape. Ron calmly ordered Shea. *X, yes. Shea did not waste any more words. She rode her nightmare beast past a few orcs and quickly pounced forward. Death Knight. At this moment, Osama's gaze froze. He realized that he had been targeted by the human Death Knight. There was also a phantom following behind him. You want to leave just like that? Shea's expression was still as tranquil as an ancient well. He lowered his one-handed sword and looked at Osama coldly. Greedy orcs, you will pay the price for your foolish actions. At this moment, Cronia also appeared and spoke to Osama angrily. All these years, the undead had been bullied by the orcs too much. The undead were already filled with hatred for the orcs. The orcs around Osama immediately gathered around him and surrounded him. Cronia, long time no see. Osama did not know Shea, but he recognized Cronia, an old rival who was active in the Sunset Mountains. He smiled slightly. Indeed, long time no see. Cronia snorted and waved the dagger in her hand. Osama, I want to take your life every second. Cronia, you have already proven your strength. There is no need to kill us. Don't forget, 100,000 years ago, you undead were just like us orcs. We were all part of the evil alliance and worked together to fight against the Alliance of Justice. There are still some things that can be discussed. Osama paused. He looked at Cronia and smiled, then said seriously, How about we leave the Sunset Mountains? Who said that the orcs were stupid and only knew how to use brute force? If they won, they would occupy the Black Crystal Mine. If they lost, they would leave the Sunset Mountains. Osama had it all planned out. Bah, shameless. Cronia was furious when she heard that. She scolded, Despicable and shameless orcs, you have already betrayed us. Evil Alliance? Do you still remember that we were once allies? Haha, if you leave the Forgotten City, Hakant, and the Undead's territory, we'll acknowledge you as our ally. Cronia wasn't a fool. The Sunset Mountains were the territory of the Shadow Bandits, and they would often clash with the Beastmen. No matter how stupid Cronia was, she wouldn't trade her territory with the Beastmen. Does that mean we can't come to an agreement? When Osama heard that, his face turned completely gloomy, and a trace of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Do you think your dark shadow bandits can stop us? That's right. We won't be able to take down this stronghold today, but what about tomorrow? Tomorrow, a powerful Beastman army will appear here and trample everything, Osama said coldly. It was a blatant threat. Osama was relying on the orcs' strength in Hokant, as well as the constant support from the Frostwolf Legion in the main plain. When Cronia heard that, her face instantly turned pale. She bit her lips tightly, and her body trembled involuntarily. She couldn't speak for a long time. This was what she was most worried about. The Shadow Bandits were too weak compared to the main army of the Beastmen in the main plain. The Frostwolf Legion could crush the Shadow Bandits like they were ants with just a finger. Seeing that the threat was effective, Osama laughed coldly, and a trace of contempt flashed in his ugly eyes. At this moment, Shea laughed coldly. Beastmen? I don't know if the Beastman army will appear tomorrow, but now, you're fated not to leave this place. When Osama heard that, he laughed out loud and said arrogantly, Who do you think you are? The Legion of Holy Angels from the main plane of order? Or the Burning Legion from hell? None of you. You're just a bunch of weak undead. The undead have always been the dirtiest and weakest existences in the main plane. Although we can't take down this stronghold if we want to leave, I don't think you can stop us. Everyone, listen to my orders. Break out. Osama roared after saying that. He slapped the wolf's head with his long sword and was about to break out. He faintly felt that a powerful and dangerous aura was quietly approaching. Roar, roar, roar. The battle roars of the remaining 1,000 or so orcs still caused the earth to tremble. Under Osama's guidance, all the orcs began to break out in the direction of Forgotten City. Stop them, Cronia shouted in a delicate voice. Kill them. Don't leave a single one alive. Shea's eyes were full of fighting spirit. She activated the evil halo again, enveloping all the undead within it. She took the lead and charged out. Boom! At this moment, a white-boned spear suddenly appeared in the sky. It pierced through the clouds and landed heavily in the middle of the orcs, causing an earth-shattering sound. Then, a strange and cold aura of death spread out and filled the entire space. Help, my leg. My leg is corroded. Witch doctor, where's the witch doctor? I need treatment. After the explosion, the place where the white spear had struck was a mess. The orcs were crying for their parents. The powerful corrosive power could even penetrate through their tough armor. Some of them even turned into pools of blood on the spot. With just one attack, more than half of the 1,000 orcs were killed. Only a few old, weak, sick, and disabled orcs were left standing. Among them was Sark. His thick armor had long been corroded beyond recognition, and his body was riddled with wounds. His mount, that huge Frostwolf, had been killed on the spot. What a terrifying power! Osama's face was extremely pale. This power was not unfamiliar to him at all. It was divine power, a power so powerful that it could overwhelm everything. Where did this divine power come from? The answer was obvious. From the slowly dissipating black fog, an undead mage wearing a black robe, white armor, and a terrifying mask walked out. He held a long bone staff in his hand, on which large and small skulls were constantly spinning. Lich King, this terrifying man, who was like a god, stood in front of Osama. The pressure he gave him was so great that it was unimaginable. He had already surpassed all the ordinary powerhouses in the world and was above all creatures. He was a god, a high and mighty god. When his eyes met the eyes of the masked Lich King, Osama felt as if his entire body had fallen into an ice cellar. His strong body could not help but tremble. The giant wolf he was riding on growled with its tail between its legs, but its huge body kept retreating. Even creatures with low intelligence could feel the terrifying power of the other party. Cronia and Shea looked at each other and were delighted. Ron had finally made a move. You still want to leave? Ron asked coldly. This was Ron's first time fighting in the mortal plane. His opponents were the beastmen who had oppressed the undead for many years. Ron didn't have the slightest bit of pity for these beastmen who were also part of the evil faction. These ugly and boorish beastmen all had the blood and tears of the undead on their hands. Osama knew that he was done for. No one could withstand a god's attack unless there was another god, such as his Uncle Long. He had to face this terrible situation and the wrath of this powerful god. However, Osama did not know that even his Uncle Long could only retreat in front of the Lich King. Although he was also a god, his power was not on the same level as the Lich King. Of course, he was referring to the Lich King from 100,000 years ago, Hermes. At this time, the surrounding undead had already surrounded Osama and the others. They all looked unfriendly, and their eyes flashed with hatred. They were only waiting for Ron's order to swarm forward and chop these despicable orcs into meat paste. Honorable Lich King, Osama had no choice but to jump down from the giant wolf and bow to Ron in the face of the situation. We are patrolling this area to eliminate some evil scum among the undead and maintain order in Hakant. We did not expect to offend you. Oh, right, I have not introduced myself. I am Osama from the Frostwolf Army in the main plane of power. Osama forced a respectful smile, but this smile was full of hostility and did not look very friendly. Ron's eyes narrowed. He was furious, but he did not show it. He snorted coldly. Since when did the order in the main plane of the undead need to be maintained by the orcs? Who allowed you orcs to patrol Hakant? This? Osama was speechless. The orcs took advantage of the Scourge Army's weakness to force their way into the Scourge Army's territory. They wanted to take over the undead's territory, plunder their resources, and enslave them. However, he could not say these words. I'm not sure. This should be a decision made by the higher-ups of the Demon Alliance. Osama rolled his eyes and immediately pushed this problem to the Demon Alliance. The Demon Alliance was an alliance formed by all the forces in the four main planes of power: Hell, Abyss, and Undead. They fought against the Justice Alliance formed by Order, Life, Elements, and Chaos. The Scourge Army was also one of the main forces in the Demon Alliance 100,000 years ago. The undead race paid a huge price to fight against the powerful legion of holy angels. After the war, Hakant was in chaos. Since we are allies, it is only right that we help maintain order. As soon as Osama said this, Cronia, the right siblings, and the surrounding undead were furious. However, since Ron was present, no one dared to say anything. They could only stare at Osama angrily. If Litz could kill, Osama would have died many times over. Ron snorted. He thought that this was better said than sung. However, he had just arrived in the undead main plane and did not have any foundation. It was not suitable for him to fall out with the orcs. He could only hold it in for the time being. However, it was still okay to teach them a lesson. In this world, strength was the only thing that mattered. If that's the case, let's forget about the past. However, from today onwards, you orcs must withdraw from the main plane of the undead. I don't want to see an orc in the land of the undead. Ron proposed a condition after careful consideration. Your Excellency, Lich King, I can't make this decision. When Osama heard this, he was instantly stunned. Although he was actually the supreme ruler of Hakant in the main plane of the undead and had the most powerful force in this area, he had the even more powerful Frostwolf army behind him, and his uncle was the leader of the Frostwolf clan, Lung. If his uncle knew that Osama had reached such an agreement with the undead, he would definitely kill him. Chapter 857. You're saying you can't make the decision? Ron's eyes flashed with killing intent. Then what's the point of keeping you alive? Before Osama could react, Ron suddenly stretched out his hand and sucked. Bang! Osama's soul was extracted. Ron casually squeezed, and the constantly beating soul instantly turned into ashes. Osama's body stood there in a daze, his ugly face filled with fear. He didn't expect Ron to act so quickly. Although he was still standing, he was already a corpse without a soul. Ron took a deep breath. Bang, bang, bang. Like a precise harvester, the souls of the remaining dozens of orc experts were collected one by one and then quickly eliminated. With Ron's current strength, killing a few divine experts was as easy as eating and drinking. He didn't absorb their souls to strengthen himself because there was no need to do so now. Long live the Lich King. The undead cheered, looking at Ron with eyes full of reverence. It wasn't just because Ron was holding the Calamity God staff and wearing the Lich King's mask, but more importantly, because of his strength and his decisiveness in killing. He vaguely resembled the Lich King from back in the day. People respected the strong, and the undead were no exception. Esteemed Lich King. At this moment, Cronia knelt on one knee, her beautiful face filled with sincerity. Cronia is willing to pledge loyalty to you. Pledge loyalty to the Lich King. The other undead also knelt down, their expressions respectful. A smile finally appeared on Ron's face. Undead Main Plain, Sunset City. After defeating the orcs, Ron changed the name of the Shadow Bandits' stronghold to Sunset City. The construction of the city was carried out with great vigor. With black crystal coins, everything was possible. This was definitely not a lie. Countless buildings were erected on the hardened soil. The wide city walls, the deep moat, and the towering ghost tower showed that Sunset City had just begun to take shape. The skeleton-like buildings exuded a dark aura, which was the main characteristic of all undead cities. This is the graveyard. This is the barracks. This is the warehouse. Early in the morning, the sun shone on the spire of Sunset City, casting a beautiful shadow. Cronia pointed at the undead building while introducing it to Ron. The heavily armored Death Knight, Shea, followed closely behind. Right now, Ron was the highest ruler of Sunset City. In the name of the Lich King, he appointed Cronia as the city lord. Cronia was very respectful to Ron. Even the arrogant Hained had to put away his arrogance. The entire Shadow Bandits had pledged their loyalty to Ron. Ron inwardly nodded as he looked at the city. He thought to himself, the undead city's construction speed is really fast. A few days ago, this was still a rundown stronghold, but in just a few days, it had turned into an undead city. The undead didn't seem to need much construction. They only needed to draw a huge magic array on the hardened soil. Then, an undead in black robes would chant an incantation on the side. A few days later, an undead building with a strange aura would be summoned. Ron knew that those undead in black robes were the lowest-ranked acolytes among the undead. Of course, the prerequisite was that they needed a large amount of black crystal coins. These black crystal coins seemed to have some kind of mysterious power. When used on these acolytes, they would produce these strange effects. At this moment, Ron, Cronia, and Shea strolled into the ghost mines. This was the place where black crystal coins were mined. Several dozen acolytes were busily working. The one in charge of the black crystal mine was none other than the sister of Deathnell Mayor White, Vitra. When she saw Ron and the others, she greeted them with a smile. This was the first time Ron had walked into the interior of the ghost mines, the so-called black crystal mine. All he saw was an enormous pit with a diameter of over 200 meters. The pit was so deep that he couldn't see the bottom. A large amount of black gaseous substance was constantly spewing out from the mouth of the pit. Ron knew that it was origin energy. This origin energy came from the unfathomable depths of the earth. Every once in a while, it would erupt in the main plane. A place where black crystal ores could be found was a symbol of the main plane. Black crystal ores definitely didn't exist in secondary planes. This was also why black crystal coins were so precious in secondary planes. This origin energy is attracted to the magic array at the top of the ghost mines. Then, through condensation and solidification, it becomes the commonly used black crystal coins. Cronia introduced everything about Sunset City to Ron. After occupying the black crystal mine, she had always wanted to build a city like this. However, due to the existence of the orcs, she had been holding back. But now that Ron had arrived, she could finally build her city with peace of mind. However, in Cronia's opinion, Although Ron was powerful, he was a complete layman when it came to the main plane. Considering that he came from the secondary plane, the continent of Noah, Cronia had no choice but to explain in detail. However, Ron could be considered smart. Cronia only needed to explain it once before he firmly remembered it. At this time, he saw a tall undead loading the condensed black crystal coins onto a wheelbarrow and sending it to the warehouse. He couldn't help but nod and ask Cronia, "I wonder how many black crystal coins can be mined every day?" The amount mined every day isn't fixed. It depends on the extent of the black crystal mine's eruption. Generally speaking, the amount of black crystal coins mined every day from a black crystal mine like this is between 800 to 1,300. Cronia said unceasingly. At this time, an undead quickly walked over and whispered a few words in Cronia's ear. Cronia's face lit up with joy. Cronia turned her head and happily said to Ron, "Lord Lich King, your darkness altar has been completed. Do you want to take a look?" "My darkness altar?" Ron and Shea glanced at each other and asked curiously, "What is this?" With a trace of suspicion, Ron followed Cronia to a strangely shaped building. This building was about 20 meters tall and occupied an area of 300 square meters. Its entire body seemed to be made of white bones. Judging from its shape, it looked like a tomb with a large skull in the middle. "This darkness altar? Why does it say it's mine? What use does it have?" Ron asked curiously. "That's right, Lord Lich King. This darkness altar indeed belongs to you. As long as you entrust your soul avatar to this darkness altar, you can be resurrected by relying on the powerful origin energy." Cronia playfully winked. "Of course, this will require a certain amount of black crystal coins. It can resurrect me?" When Ron heard this, he was first shocked, then overjoyed. "Really? Can this darkness altar really resurrect me?" Even gods weren't immortal. Even if they had a long lifespan, they wouldn't be able to withstand dying in battle with other gods. The darkness altar could resurrect the dead gods. "Of course, Lord Lich King," Cronia said seriously. "You are our hero. Of course we have to spend a large amount of money to build a hero's altar for you." "Oh, sorry, I forgot to say. The hero's altar is another name for the darkness altar. The hero's altar is different for every race. The hero's altar for us undead is called the darkness altar, the storm altar for the beastmen, and the holy shrine for the angels. Only heroes who have made illustrious contributions in battle and are revered by the people will have an altar built for them, so that the great hero's soul will never be extinguished. This is the origin of the hero's altar." The dark altar required a soul doppelganger to activate. Only a god could do that. In other words, only a god could use the dark altar. When Ron heard this, he was moved. Even if gods died in battle, they could use the darkness altar to resurrect themselves. In that case, as long as there were enough black crystal coins, then gods would be immortal. It was no wonder that Utaris wanted to launch a counterattack on the main plane and achieve great feats for the Red Silk Army. Not to mention the massive amount of black crystal coins. Just the temptation of building an altar of heroes and eternal life was enough to make one go crazy. Black crystal coins, black crystal ores, altar of heroes. These were all things unique to the main plane. Naturally, they attracted the yearning of all experts from secondary planes. "Lord Lich King, come." Cronia respectfully lowered her head. "Let your soul clone enter this darkness altar. This way, you will have eternal life." Eternal life. It had to be said that this was a great temptation for Ron. He took a deep breath, and under the reverent gazes of Cronia and Shea, he walked up the stairs of the darkness altar, step by step. Then he slowly placed his hand on the darkness altar. "Kacha!" A loud sound was heard. As if some mechanism had been triggered, the altar underwent a transformation. Ron felt an intense fluctuation in his sea of consciousness. His powerful soul started to split, and a soul clone that looked like Ron appeared. It was slowly guided into the darkness altar. Soon, the eye of the skull at the center of the altar lit up, emitting a faint green radiance. The entire altar seemed to come alive. Ron felt his soul fuse with the darkness altar. Or it could be said that the darkness altar was another soul of his, another life. As long as his soul wasn't destroyed, he could be reborn, just like the cross of rebirth. However, the cross of rebirth couldn't revive a soul, but the darkness altar could. That was because the darkness altar contained another soul of Ron. As long as the soul wasn't destroyed, the physical body could be reborn. When Ron finished doing all this, he suddenly thought of something. Since the darkness altar could revive the Lich King Hermes infinitely, why did Hermes die in the end? Chapter 858. We don't have any more black crystal coins. Ron couldn't help but stand up in surprise when he heard the news. Just a few days ago, the warehouse was filled to the brim with black crystal coins. How could it be that they were all gone today? It's like this. The construction of Sunset City has already consumed a lot of black crystal coins. Now that the news of us, the Shadow Bandits, defeating the Orcs and building Sunset City has spread, many undead in the Sunset Mountain Range have come to seek refuge with us. Cronius smiled embarrassedly. Our army has also expanded to 100,000. We have to provide them with equipment, weapons, and food, so... At this point, Cronia paused for a moment. Although we are still mining the black crystal, or the mining speed simply can't keep up with the consumption. Right now, we are basically unable to make ends meet. This is a very serious problem. Ron furrowed his brows. He was well aware of the importance of black crystal coins. The expansion of Sunset City and the increase in population was a good thing. However, without enough black crystal coins, there would always be a limit to the expansion. Food wasn't a big deal. The undead didn't need much to eat anyway. The key was the construction, weapons, and equipment. Currently, Sunset City was wantonly building slaughterhouses and cursed temples. The former was a place for meat grinders and abominations, while the latter was a place for necromancers and other magic-based professions to promote their strength. Why was it that in the main plane, sacred domain experts were so worthless? That was because one could directly advance to sacred domain in the cursed temples. Once the cursed temples were completed, undead like Nicole could directly advance to sacred domain experts. Of course, the prerequisite was that they needed a large amount of black crystal coins. Black crystal coins. Where they find a large amount of black crystal coins? Ron couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Actually, if you want black crystal coins, it's not like there's no way. Cronia said hesitantly. Ron was stunned and raised his head. Forgotten City. Cronia said with certainty. As long as we occupy Forgotten City, we will have a large amount of black crystal coins. Objection! Divine Necromancer Hain exclaimed when he heard this. Lord Lich King, the main army of orcs is stationed in Forgotten City. Although Osama is dead, he was only a small character in the Frostwolf army. The death of 5,000 orcs is not even worth mentioning. I believe that with our strength, we can't defeat them. Coward! Shaya coldly snorted and glanced at White. The war hasn't started yet. Who knows if we will lose? Don't forget, we have an army of 100,000 undead in Sunset City. They aren't just undead with a stick. They are an elite army equipped with all kinds of weapons and armor. I believe that we could defeat the orcs. Hain's face turned red as he said, Sir Shaya, I admit that you are very powerful, but don't forget that not every undead can fight one-on-one with the orcs like you. In the stronghold defense battle, we undead suffer far more casualties than the orcs. That's because they are all cowards like you, Shaya said disdainfully. They don't have faith, they don't dare to risk their lives, they are timid, and they are scared out of their wits when they see orcs. Of course. Even if Hain had a good upbringing, he couldn't hold himself back. Shaya was Ron's closest person, so he always tolerated her. However, as a powerful divine necromancer, he still had a bit of temper. Shaya, do you know what you are doing? You are insulting a noble necromancer. Hain said fiercely. You better apologize to me quickly, or else. Otherwise what? Shaya sneered, giving tit for tat. I want to duel with you. Hain was so angry at Shaya that his face turned red. No problem. Shaya agreed. She flipped her snow-white hair. Don't make me wait too long. How about right now? That's enough. Before Hain could say anything, he was interrupted by a voice. Although the voice wasn't loud, the person who spoke had a status that could not be ignored. I know that both of you are strong, but if you want to compete, now is not the time. Ron looked at the two of them and frowned unhappily. Shaya and Hain's faces were tense, but they didn't dare to make sound. At this moment, Ron turned to Cronia. Cronia, with the current strength of Sunset City, do you think we have a chance of winning if we attack Forgotten City? No, Cronia said straightforwardly. She was the one who suggested this, but when the word no came out of her mouth, it still made everyone's eyes pop out. However, Ron knew that Cronia was speaking the truth. Even if Ron had boosted the morale of the undead, the death ratio of the orcs to the undead was around 3-1. 3 undead could kill 1 orc, and this was already the best result. Perhaps Sir Lich King will have a better effect if you personally take action, but we are facing a powerful army. I don't know the exact number of orcs stationed in Forgotten City, and I have no way of investigating, but it's definitely not less than 100,000. Cronia continued. Even if we defeat Forgotten City's orc army, they will have an endless stream of orcs rushing over from the main plain. Moreover, they also have god-level heroes, such as the commander of the Frostwolf army, Long. We have no chance of winning. Cronia's words caused everyone to fall silent. It had to be said that this was a sad truth. However, the huge black crystal mine in Forgotten City was very important to Ron. Only by controlling it could the undead develop and grow stronger. However, this black crystal mine just had to be in the hands of the orcs. Or we can enter Forgotten City in the name of buying weapons and investigate the situation. Cronia thought for a long time before hesitantly saying this. Because of the cemetery, the undead in the Sunset City no longer needed to go to the Forgotten City to buy weapons and equipment. With the omnipotent origin energy, everything could be produced, including sacred weapons and godly weapons. However, using the excuse of buying weapons and equipment, it was a good choice to go to the Forgotten City to find out more information. What? Osama actually died? Not a single one of the 5,000 orcs he brought out returned alive. In the main plane of strength, in an ordinary hall, Long was standing in front of table. When he heard the guard's report, he frowned. Long was an orc powerhouse who was not very tall, but very strong. He was bald and had a funny hairstyle that resembled the Mediterranean Sea. He had a thick beard on his chin, and his entire body was covered in heavy armor with thorns. He looked very valiant, and on his ugly face, there was a glimmer of light in his small bean-like eyes. When he heard the news of Osama's death, Long only let out a soft To him, Osama's life or death did not matter. He was just a tool for the Frostwolf Legion to guard Forgotten City. He had many sons, and nephews were even less important. What Long cared about was the meaning of this news. Osama was dead. Who killed him? Hoken did not have the power to resist the orcs, so who killed him? What was the purpose of killing him? Could it be the undead? A strange thought suddenly appeared in Long's mind. However, this thought gave him a fright, and he immediately shook his head. It was impossible for the undead to be a match for the powerful orcs. If it was not the undead that had gone mad, then it was the world that had gone mad. But if it was not the undead, who could it be? Long attached great importance to the Hoken district in the main plane of the undead. This was the only stronghold of the Frostwolf Legion in the main plane of the undead. There were no less than 500,000 orcs stationed in the Forgotten City. This was something that the outside world did not know. Moreover, the Forgotten City had built a spatial gate. If there was a need, an endless orc army could be mobilized in a short period of time. Just 5,000 orcs alone could wipe out the entire Hoken district, so it was definitely not the undead. The 500,000 orcs stationed in the Forgotten City were not to guard against the undead, but for other purposes. You can leave now. Long waved his hand and dismissed the guard. He did not like to be disturbed when he was thinking. Why did Osama bring 5,000 orcs out of the city? At this time, Long thought of a crucial question. Although Osama had the authority to mobilize the orcs, the report that was presented to him did not state the reason. At this time, Long's gaze fell on another battle report on the table. The content of this battle report was very simple, but Long attached great importance to it. The battle report said that a small number of angels had been found in the Hokan district of the Undead Plain, but there was no conflict between the orcs and the angels. The identity of these angels, from the insignia on their bodies, was that they belonged to the Holy Light Angel Corps in the main plane of order. The Holy Light Angel Corps was second only to the Legion of Holy Angels in the main plane of order. In the main plane, they were also one of the strongest forces. What were they doing here? Long's brows furrowed tightly. The Holy Light Angel Corps belonged to the League of Justice. The two sides were not even on the same side. Their appearance here made Long a little nervous. Ever since the First Planar War, both the Justice faction and the Demon faction had been accumulating their strength. Although there was no major war, small skirmishes were happening almost every day. Long knew that if a second Planar War broke out, the massive amount of black crystal coins owned by both the Justice faction and the Demon faction would become an endless source of motivation for war. Once the war machine was activated, it would be a disaster for both sides. It would be a great disaster, especially for the Demon faction. 100,000 years ago, the powerful Scourge army was the leader of the League of Evil. What about now? Who could be the leader of the League of Evil? The Burning Legion of Hell? Or the Blood Oath army? At this time, Long's heart skipped a beat. He shouted loudly, "Guards, my lord!" A fully armed orc soldier quickly walked in from outside the room. He placed his fist in front of his chest and saluted. "Send someone to investigate the area around Hokan immediately. Find out what happened. Report to me immediately if you find anything. Also, gather the troops at the spatial gate and wait for orders." "Yes, my lord." The orc soldier's breathing became a little hurried. The orc army gathering at the spatial gate was a signal for war. From this moment on, even the air seemed to be filled with the smell of gunpowder. Chapter 859. Early the next morning, Ron and Cronia set off for the Forgotten City to scout for information. Shea naturally tagged along. Their trip to the Sunset City, this time, was nominally to purchase some materials. Although they didn't need to purchase finished weapons and equipment, they still needed to purchase materials such as mithril, fine iron, and wood on a large scale. They needed to equip even more undead troops. From the Sunset Mountain Range to the Forgotten City in the east, it didn't seem that far on the map, but the journey was truly torturous. Moreover, they couldn't fly. Apart from Shea, who had a mount, Ron, Nicole, and Cronia were all walking. Ron walked for a long time. By noon, his legs were numb, and the sweat on his forehead dripped down his cheeks. He said while panting, "Cronia, don't you have any good ways to travel in the main plane? Do we have to walk?" "Of course we do." Before Cronia could answer, Nicole beat her to it. "We can buy some mounts like Big Sister Shea's Nightmare Beast, undead horses, skeletal war horses, and so on. These are exotic beast mounts unique to the undead main plane. They are much faster than walking. There are war horses in the main plane." Ron's interest was piqued when he heard this. He turned to Cronia and said, "Why don't we buy some of these good things? It's better than walking." "Don't mention it, Lord Lich King." Cronia could only smile bitterly when she heard this. "These things are too expensive. How can poor undead like us afford them? However, with the amount of black crystal coins we have now, we can still buy some." Ron nodded. He was no longer an ignorant layman and had some understanding of the main plane. Generally speaking, apart from black crystal mines, the main plane was similar to the secondary plane. However, Ron felt that his strength was much weaker than before. To be precise, it was relatively weaker. When he was in the secondary plane, he could easily destroy the heavens and earth with a single skill. Now he could destroy half a city. For example, If one could lift 100 kilogram stone in the secondary plane, one could only lift 50 kilograms in the main plane. It was no wonder that a God's domain expert could casually create a disaster in the secondary plane. A God's domain expert could even destroy a plane. However, in the main plane, let alone a God's domain expert, even a God's domain expert couldn't cause any big waves. The mortal plane was too big, boundless, and endless. Order, life, elements, chaos, hell, undead, power, abyss, they were just a part of the mortal plane. Ron was walking when suddenly his footsteps sank as if he had stepped on something. When he lowered his head to take a look, he discovered that he had stepped on a pool of viscous green liquid. This liquid was emitting a strong stench. "What is this?" Ron asked curiously, just as he was about to reach out his hand. "Don't touch it." At this moment, Cronia's expression changed drastically. "This is a virus, a strong plague virus." Cronia became nervous and looked around. All she could see was the same green liquid everywhere. On the ground, covered in this liquid, not a single blade of grass grew. It was a scene of decay. We went the wrong way. Cronia clenched her teeth. We entered an exotic beast's nest. There must be powerful exotic beasts nearby. Exotic beasts? There are exotic beasts in the main plane? Ron's interest was immediately piqued when he heard this. There are no exotic beasts in the main plane. I'm afraid there are far more exotic beasts in the main plane than in the secondary planes. Cronia's expression twitched slightly. You haven't encountered any exotic beasts? That's your fortune. Do you know why there are no countries, governments, or other administrative organizations in the main plane? Only military organizations like legions? Why? This time, even Shea's interest was piqued. In this huge main plane, I don't think I've ever heard of any countries, only legions. That's because the predecessors of these legions were mercenary groups. They were originally formed to kill exotic beasts and slowly became fixed military organizations. Although they eventually fought a planar war over black crystal ores, their initial purpose of forming the legions wasn't for war, but to kill exotic beasts and protect their clansmen. Exotic beasts run amok in the main plane, as numerous as the hairs on a cow. Not to mention Hokant, even the setting Sun Mountain Range has a large number of demigod-rank exotic beasts. Our Umbra bandit group has fought with exotic beasts countless times. At this point, Cronia's expression turned a little gloomy. Due to our inferior equipment and strength, we often suffer heavy casualties when fighting with exotic beasts. So, we usually mark the exotic beast nests and avoid those places as much as possible. Then what exotic beast do you think we encountered? Ron asked with a frown. Ramisu, it must be it. A trace of fear appeared on Cronia's pale and beautiful face. She was a little puzzled when she saw Ron and Shea. Ramisu are powerful exotic beasts. They have a human face, a lion's body, and a pair of wings on their back. They are very fast, and the moment they are born, they have the strength of the sacred domain. When they mature, they become demigods. That is what you often call divine experts. The most frightening thing is that they are born with the plague virus, as well as the power of ancient curses. But Cronia looked at the map in her hands and frowned. It seems like we're on the right track. Could it be that the Ramisu's territory has expanded? Can't we just kill our way over? It's just a divine beast. Shea frowned and said proudly, To us Death Knights, the plague virus isn't something to be afraid of. No, you're wrong. Cronia shook her head like a rattledrum. It's a group, maybe a large group, or even a few thousand. Ramisu are social creatures. They are all demigod-rank exotic beasts. As I said earlier, why is there only an army in the main plane? It's because a nest of exotic beasts like this can only be destroyed by an army. Who knows how many nests of exotic beasts like this exist in the main plane? There might even be the king of Ramisu, the divine beast, Tiramisu. A divine beast? Isn't that a god? When Ron heard this, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. When he heard Cronia say that there was a large group of divine beasts, he was a little dismissive. But if it was a divine beast, then it was very frightening. A divine beast, an existence comparable to a god. Back then, 3 divine beasts had turned the entire Noah continent upside down. If there were divine beasts, Ron simply didn't dare to imagine. Fortunately, they were in the main plane. If they were in the secondary plane, then the secondary plane would have been destroyed. That's right, divine-class beasts are as powerful as deities. A long time ago, divine-class beasts were everywhere in the main plane. In order to fight against the powerful divine-class beasts, the people of the main plane formed their main battle armies. We call the experts who can lead their clansmen to kill divine-class beast heroes. Ron finally understood the meaning of the so-called heroes' altar. Powerhouses who could lead their clansmen to kill divine beasts, no matter the price, would be resurrected by their clansmen. Heroes didn't just refer to strength, but also prestige and contributions. Thinking of this, Ron couldn't help blushing. He had been in the main plane for so long, but he didn't seem to have made any contributions. He hadn't even met a divine beast. Let's leave this place. This place isn't safe. Don't step into the territory of divine beasts. Cronia looked around nervously. It's fine if it's a Ramessu, but I'm most afraid of encountering a Tiramisu. Just as the saying went, roar. A beast like roar startled everyone. Ron turned around and happened to see a huge monster slowly turning around from the side of a huge hill. This monster had an expressionless face like a human's. It had 4 limbs on the ground, a strong lion-like body, and a pair of huge fleshy wings under its ribs. Its ugly bronze skin was constantly seeping out a disgusting green liquid, and its body was emitting a strange and ferocious aura. Standing in front of this terrifying beast, even Ron felt his hair stand on end. He was terrified. When did this beast appear here? Avoiding Ron's divine sense and approaching Ron wasn't something any random beast could do. Kiki. Cronia retreated a few steps, staring at the terrifying monster in front of her with frightened eyes. She felt as if her breathing had stopped, and a series of sounds that she couldn't understand came from her throat. Ramessu, is this the divine beast Ramessu? It's really terrifying. Ron quickly calmed down and slowly grasped the Calamity divine staff in his hand. Shea also came back to her senses and stood in front of Ron with her sword in hand. It's not a Ramessu. It's the king of Ramessu, the divine beast Tiramisu. Cronia closed her eyes in despair. We're finished, Tiramisu. Ron's heart trembled. At this moment, the Tiramisu, standing on the hill, raised its head and roared. Its huge body suddenly pounced towards Ron's group of 4. Careful! Ron cried out in alarm, and the Calamity divine staff in his hand started to spin. White bone wall. Now that Ron's strength had increased by another level, he could basically instantly cast high-level necromancy magic. Soon, a thick white bone wall appeared in front of Ron, firmly protecting the 4 like a city wall. Boom! Tiramisu's huge and sharp claws landed on the wall. When the powerful plague energy came in contact with the wall, white smoke rose from the ground. A large hole was corroded in the wall of bones. This was a wall of bones created by the divine energy of death. The only thing that could destroy it was the divine beast Tiramisu, who also used the divine energy of death. Chapter 860. Tiramisu let out a low roar, waving its claws as it pounced at Ron. Shea let out a delicate cry and raised her sword to block it. 23. WX. Bang. Shea fought a few rounds with Tiramisu with her sword in hand before she was sent flying by a swipe of Tiramisu's claws. Shea. The Calamity God staff in Ron's hand spun even more rapidly. Vast and strange divine power of death engulfed his entire body, and his eyes turned a ghostly green. Death spear. Like an arrow leaving the bow, the eerie white bone spear surrounded by divine power of death shot towards Tiramisu. Boom! 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 Frost Colossal Dragon. Skeleton Monarch, come out. Let the world see your strength. Ron let out a loud cry, and a huge vortex suddenly appeared in the sky. The frost dragon's huge figure appeared in the sky, and the skeleton emperor slowly rose from the ground. The skeleton emperor summoned its guards, and the frost dragon breathed out a fiery, cold dragon breath. Countless attacks fell on Tiramisu's body like raindrops, and clouds of dust rose around it. After the battle with Utaris, Ron's strength and combat awareness had risen by many levels. Facing this powerful, divine-quality exotic beast, he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Roar! Tiramisu cried out in pain, and a large amount of green blood flowed out of its body. This terrifying divine beast, from its teeth to every part of its body, was a super virus that could cause one's expression to change. Plague Ball! Bang! 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 Tiramisu began to counterattack. It was a powerful, vicious beast to begin with. A dark green plague ball drew an arc in the air and sprayed several frost dragons. The frost dragons let out miserable cries, and their bodies quickly melted like snow in spring. So powerful, Ron was flabbergasted. He finally understood how difficult it was to kill a divine beast. If Ron had not inherited the power of the Lich King, he would not have been able to resist it. Soon, the Skeleton Emperor was also turned to ashes under Tiramisu's attacks. These powerful Skeleton Emperors were like skeletons in front of Tiramisu, falling apart with a light touch. After getting rid of these annoying undead creatures, Tiramisu locked on Ron, the summoner. It let out a low roar and fiercely pounced over. Lord Lich King, be careful, a delicate shout. It was too late, but it was too late. Cronia, the shadow god of death, had finally made her move. She saw empty air and the two sharp blades in her hands behind Tiramisu's head and fiercely dragged it. It had to be said that Cronia's timing was very good. After the battle began, she quickly went into hiding and only launched a fatal attack now. Her weapon was already coated with powerful poison, but it seemed to have no effect on this guy with full poison resistance. Roar! Tiramisu felt pain again and flung Cronia far away with a swing of its head. Tiramisu was finally enraged after suffering losses again and again. It completely ignored Shea and Cronia and pounced towards Ron. Tiramisu spread its wings and moved at lightning speed. Its face was filled with anger, just like an angry human's face. Coupled with its demonic body, it looked very strange. Soon it arrived in front of Ron and extended its sharp claws with a cold glint, white bone shield. Ron summoned the white bone shield to block, but it was a pity that the white bone shield was like paper in front of the divine beast Tiramisu, shattering into pieces. Meanwhile, Ron was sent flying like a kite with its string cut and heavily fell to the ground. Ugh! Ron crawled up with difficulty and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although necromancers had powerful attacks, his defense was still too weak. Without the protection of undead creatures, even an opponent weaker than him could take his life. Ron finally put away his contempt. At this time, he finally understood that even if he obtained the inheritance of the Lich King, it was simply impossible for him to do as he pleased in the main plane. A powerful divine-tier exotic beast was already so difficult to deal with, let alone those heroes who hunted divine-tier exotic beasts. Tiramisu didn't stop. It pounced towards Ron like a wolf that smelled blood. At this moment, Ron was in an extremely dangerous situation. Die. At this time, Shea, who had just been sent flying by Tiramisu, ran out from who knows where. She desperately blocked in front of Ron and brandished her long sword to stab at Tiramisu. Dang, a loud sound was heard. Something unexpected happened. Shea's sword actually broke in two when it collided with Tiramisu's claws. Shea's sword was a holy weapon obtained from the city of living corpses. She didn't expect Tiramisu's body to be as hard as steel. Even her sword was cut in half. Shea was sent flying once again. Shea, Ron shouted, his heart clenching. He knew the strength of Tiramisu's claws. They could even break the tough, white bone shield. Shea's injuries could be imagined. Tiramisu's target was Ron. It gave up on Shea and pounced towards Ron once again. In its subconscious, it knew that Ron was the most dangerous enemy. You bastard! Ron was also angered. He grabbed the Calamity God staff and stood up once again. The burning fighting spirit in his eyes showed his determination. "Ron, hurry up and leave." Just as Ron was about to risk his life, he heard Shea's shout. Shea was like a mad tiger as she pounced over with her bare hands. She leaped up and actually landed on top of Tiramisu's head. She raised her fist and punched Tiramisu's eyes. "Roar, roar," Tiramisu shouted. At this moment, it couldn't care less about Ron. It slapped its head with all its might, trying to shake off the uninvited guest on its head. "Ron, hurry up and leave." "Don't worry about me," Shea shouted loudly. She tightly held onto the few tentacles on Tiramisu's head to prevent herself from falling. Shea's tall figure, steel-like willpower, and reckless actions completely stunned Ron. He stood there like a clay puppet. "I don't want to be your wife. I want to be your guardian knight." The former Shea's sonorous and powerful words still rang in Ron's ears. His eyes slowly started to moisten. But could he leave? No. Ron knew that if he left, Shea would only end up dead. The furious Tiramisu would instantly tear her to pieces. Therefore, he couldn't leave. Ron's eyes fell on Tiramisu's neck. He saw a piece of pure white muscle on top of the bronze-like skin. "It's there. That's its weakness." Ron took a deep breath. He slowly raised the Calamity God staff and chanted in a low voice, "Death Spear." Not long after, a white bone spear appeared in Ron's hand. The death spear was filled with death energy. It drew a beautiful arc in the air and pierced towards Tiramisu. When it got close to Tiramisu, the death spear strangely made a turn and ruthlessly smashed into the white muscle on Tiramisu's chin. "Awoo!" That terrifying divine tier exotic beast finally let out a mournful cry. At this time, it finally shook off Shea. It kicked off with its legs, flapped its wings, and flew away. That guy actually escaped? Ron was dumbstruck. He was very sure that Tiramisu had been seriously injured by that attack, because that death spear had pierced its throat. It was just that he didn't expect the exotic beast to actually escape. "Quickly chase. Don't let it escape." Cronia scurried out from somewhere, her eyes flashing red and her face full of joy. "Tiramisu is already seriously injured. If we can get that guy's essence core, we'll be rich." An exotic beast's essence core had always been a treasure. A divine tier exotic beast's essence core was even more so. In the main plane, any divine tier exotic beast's essence core was priceless. "Chase!" Ron muttered to himself for a moment before quickly giving chase. Shea summoned the Nightmare Beast and pulled Ron and Cronia onto it. The three people riding on a Nightmare Beast were somewhat unable to bear it, and their speed clearly slowed down. However, there was a trail of green blood in the direction Tiramisu had fled in, so they could still catch up. It could be imagined that this guy's injuries were definitely not light. This Tiramisu's strength couldn't compare to Eudalis, but it was definitely stronger than Noah. Ron believed that even Eudalis might not be able to survive such an attack, let alone this divine tier exotic beast. After about a quarter of an hour, a huge cave appeared in front of the three of them, and the trail of blood disappeared into the cave. "This is its lair." Cronia sighed. Cronia heaved a sigh of relief. "I can be sure that it's the only Tiramisu within 100 miles. Although Tiramisu are social creatures, their kings, divine rank beasts, don't like to live in groups." Ron, Shea, and Cronia got off their horses and slowly walked into Tiramisu's cave. The moment they entered the cave, the three of them felt a gloomy and cold aura assaulting them. It was as if the temperature had suddenly dropped by a few degrees. "So cold. Don't you feel cold?" Cronia asked. "The cave is definitely colder than outside." Ron frowned. "But this isn't ordinary cold. It's as if we're in a world of ice and snow." When Ron said this, Shea and Cronia both felt the same, as if winter had suddenly arrived. "Let's go in and take a look. We must be careful," Ron softly reminded them. Sure enough, the deeper they went into the cave, the colder they felt. The bone-chilling cold assaulted their faces, as if it wanted to drill into their bodies. Ron raised his head and saw that a layer of frost had already condensed on the cave walls. Ron signaled Shea and Cronia with his eyes, telling them to be careful. Look, tiramisu. At this moment, Cronia shrieked. Ron looked in the direction she was pointing. Sure enough, he discovered the dead tiramisu on a piece of relatively flat ground not far away. It was still in a crouching position, but the pool of green blood around it had already condensed into ice. Tiramisu was already dead. This powerful divine tier exotic beast couldn't withstand Ron's fatal blow to its vitals. However, Ron knew that his victory hadn't been easy. If not for Shea desperately holding that fellow back, he might have been killed by that exotic beast. Seeing that the divine tier exotic beast was dead, the three of them finally heaved a sigh of relief, completely at ease. At this moment, Shea's gaze suddenly focused. Look, what's that? Ron took a look and saw a black one-handed sword stuck on the icicle behind Tiramisu's corpse, emitting a resplendent glow. This is a divine artifact. Cronia's eyesight was extremely sharp. She could tell that this was a divine artifact just from the glow emitted by the sword. This sword's design was simple and unadorned, with profound patterns engraved on the blade. A large red gem was embedded where the blade connected to the hilt, looking like a devil's eye. The bone-chilling cold in the cave came from this demonic sword. When Cronia walked closer and her gaze fell on the sword, her expression suddenly changed. Chapter 861. What? The Sword of Hex? Shea's sword had been broken when she was fighting with Tiramisu. She was in urgent need of a weapon, and this divine weapon was exactly what she liked. However, after hearing Cronia's words, she retracted her outstretched hand. That's right, it is the Sword of Hex. Cronia took a deep breath. This sword's name is Snow Goddess's Sorrow. Legend has it that a female deity who cultivated an elemental divine power fell in love with an undead who cultivated in death divine power. However, they belonged to different formations and were destined to never be together. The Snow Goddess was depressed, and in the end, she decided to turn her body into a sword and become the weapon in her lover's hand, protecting her lover forever. What a poignant story. Shea was fascinated as she listened. She secretly glanced at Ron and recalled that she had once been a knight who cultivated in fire elemental energy and eventually degenerated into a death knight. Perhaps the word degenerate wasn't appropriate. At least, Shea was willing to become Ron's guardian knight. Cronia glanced at Shea and continued. However, this sword carries with it the power of a strange curse. The person who uses this sword can only be loyal to their lover forever. Otherwise, the power of the curse will descend upon the user and cause them to die an unnatural death. The owner of this sword was a powerful death knight called Mordenrick. However, he died in the battle to defend Forgotten City 100,000 years ago. His disciple picked up his sword and was then killed by the invading beastmen. Both of them were nobles of the undead and had more than one wife. Everyone said that this sword carries with it a strong curse. Only those who are loyal to their lover forever can possess this sword. Ron sweated profusely. He had 3 or 4 wives. If he used this sword, wouldn't he also die an unnatural death? Fortunately, he was a necromancer and didn't use swords. Shea glanced at Ron, and an imperceptible smile appeared on her ice-cold face. Isn't it just a sword? Whatever power of the curse is fake, I don't care at all. After saying that, she stretched out her hand. Shea, Ron anxiously called out to her and said solemnly, I can feel that this sword does indeed carry some kind of evil power. As for what this power is, I am currently unable to determine. If you really need a weapon, or even a divine weapon, I will find a way to give it to you. Don't take this risk. It's not worth it. Hearing Ron's words of concern, Shea's heart felt warm. However, she immediately returned to normal, and her heart was even firmer. No, I like it. Ron was startled. He didn't hear clearly whether Shea said it or him. Was she referring to the sword or the person? At this time, Shea had already stretched out his hand. Gotcha. He directly merged his hand into the ice and pulled the sword out of the ice. Sword. Shea, the sword. Good sword. It suits me. Shea fondly fiddled with the snow goddess's sorrow in his hand and happily said. His ice-cold expression melted like 10,000 years of ice and snow. If there's anything wrong with it, throw it away immediately. Ron warned Shea. He did feel that the sword carried some kind of unknown power. Who would have thought that Shea would roll his eyes at him and then put the sword into his space ring? Ron was speechless. Cough, cough. Even the dumbest person could see the ambiguity between the two. She coughed lightly and looked at the two with a smile. It's getting late. Let's go. Seeing Shea's unchanging expression, Ron felt a little embarrassed in his heart. He looked around and pointed at Taramis's corpse. That thing, I'll give it to you. Hearing that, Cronia was overjoyed. Thank you, Lich King. Cronia knew how hard it was to get a divine tier beast corpse. Moreover, this corpse had a complete essence core. It was even more valuable. Ron wanted to win over his own people, so of course he had to spend a lot. He was relying on Cronia now. It was noon when they walked out of the cave. The three of them packed up and continued on their way to Forgotten City. Forgotten City was far away. It would take more than 10 days to get there. This was the nearest city. The main plane was too big. Ron was walking when suddenly, the sound of weapons clashing came from ahead. It was accompanied by explosions. Something's up ahead. Ron was startled. He immediately rushed up the hill. Shea and Cronia didn't dare to delay and quickly followed. It's Ramisu. Cronia looked over and saw hundreds of Ramisu circling in the sky above the vast plains. They looked similar to the Tiramisu from before, but they were much smaller. However, they were equally ferocious. The target of these Ramisu was a group of a dozen or so horses. The group was very strong. Countless lights undulated on their bodies. The defensive formation formed by a dozen or so people was very strong. They repelled the Ramisu's attacks many times. At the same time, they retreated while fighting, slowly leaving Ramisu's territory. The Ramisu were very strong. An adult Ramisu's strength had reached the divine realm. How could they escape so easily when entangled by hundreds of divine realm Ramisu? No, these guys aren't undead. Cronia's expression changed. They are people from the main plane of order. Look, they are riding unicorn sacred beasts. They're using Guangming's power. Unicorn sacred beasts existed in both the main plane of order and the main plane of life. They were born to be the kings of thunder and lightning. They were extremely fast and were very good mounts. These adult unicorn sacred beasts had reached the divine realm. Together with the knights on their backs, their strength doubled. It might be difficult to defeat these Ramisu, but it was still possible to escape. Shea asked curiously, "People from the main plane of order? What are they doing here? Aren't we undead from the opposing camp? They should be caravans." Cronia said, "Caravans?" Ron asked curiously. "Yes, caravans. Even if they are from the opposing camp, they still need to trade. As long as it isn't a war, the main plane's forces are very tolerant of caravans. The goods and materials transported from distant places like the main plane of order, once they reach the city, the price will soar by 10 times or even dozens of times. In other words, our undead's goods are the same when they are transported to their place." Cronia explained. A caravan that transported goods from thousands of miles away to an undead city, crossing several main planes. This wasn't something that an ordinary caravan could accomplish. Every caravan had a firm mind and powerful strength. Even the weakest of them was at the realm of the gods. However, these experts at the divine realm seemed to have fallen into trouble. Boom! A light bullet exploded, blasting a Ramisu away. The unicorn sacred beast's lightning weaved into an electric net, blocking the pursuing Ramisu. In the caravan, a woman was lying on the back of the unicorn sacred beast, panting. She had beautiful blonde hair and held a long sword in her hand. The strange white light made the surrounding Ramisu not dare to approach her. She waved her sword and forced back a Ramisu, then said loudly to another blonde man, "Gray, let's transform. If we suppress our strength like this, we won't be a match for these Ramisu." "No, Alice. No matter what, you have to endure. Don't forget, we have a special mission here." Another man called Gray said loudly. Like the woman called Alice, he had a head of light yellow blonde hair and a handsome face without a trace of impurities. His face was cold. Alice, hold on a little longer. Our goal isn't to kill these strange beasts. We just need to break away from them. Once we break away from their sphere of influence, they won't pursue us anymore. Gray looked around solemnly. I'll emphasize again. Even if you die in battle, you must not expose your identity. Those who can't complete the mission will be punished by the gods. Yes. More than 10 people answered loudly. Ron and the others were far away, so they naturally couldn't hear what these people were saying. He turned around and said to Cronia, they seem to be in some trouble. Should we save them? Up to you. Cronia tilted her head. Although the Legion of Holy Angels of the Order Plane is the enemy of the undead, the merchants of the Order Plane aren't. Their arrival also brings us profits. This is a win-win situation. Then we can save them. Ron nodded, then looked in the direction of the caravan. But my identity and strength can't be exposed. Looks like I have to think of another way. Just then, Alice was suddenly pulled by a Ramasu and fell off the unicorn's sacred beast. She rolled a few times, looking battered and exhausted. Alice! Gray shouted anxiously. Alice fell off the unicorn's sacred beast, which meant that she wasn't far from death. Dozens of Ramasu would fall from the sky and tear her to pieces in an instant, just like her teammates who had died in battle, unless she was willing to expose her identity. However, Alice didn't. Even though her face was pale and had a trace of fear, she was still clear-headed and resolutely closed her eyes. There was no more sullen way to die than this. She clearly had the ability to resist, clearly had the ability to escape, but because of the orders of her superiors, she resolutely chose to die. What was this? This was order, the order of the young and the old, the order of the upper and lower, the order defended with one's life. Just as Alice was in despair, she heard a boom, and a powerful death energy exploded in the air. A Ramasu screamed miserably and rapidly fell. A white-bone spear was stuck in chest. What? Alice stared blankly. Then her pupils suddenly dilated. A beautiful female face suddenly appeared in front of her. She had a head of beautiful silver hair and was riding a black nightmare beast. She held a strange long sword in her hand, but the cold edge of the sword slashed across Alice's head. Swish! A sound was heard. Chapter 862. Thank you. No matter how stupid Alice was, she knew that the other party had saved her. Even someone as arrogant as Alice could only express her thanks. She sneaked a glance at Shea and discovered that the other party was actually a woman. Alice stared blankly. You're not an undead. You're a human. Shea's cold face didn't have a trace of expression. Coupled with this snow goddess's sorrow in her hand, she looked even colder, making people not dare to stare at her. She only softly said, "Mem," and turned to leave. Cronia turned into a phantom, constantly shuttling back and forth in the air. Lamassu was much easier to deal with than Tiramisu. It had to be said that this caravan was indeed lucky. They had encountered Lamassu. If it had been the god-rank beast Tiramisu, they wouldn't have been able to escape so easily. At this time, Lamassu's human face nose twitched a few times, and its expression suddenly changed. It let out a few cries, then tucked its tail between its legs and turned to flee. It had smelled the blood of the king beast Tiramisu. 1, 2. Ever since Ron's group had joined the battle, the other Lamassu had fled one after another. Soon, they had all fled, leaving behind dozens of corpses. These guys finally left. At least we don't have to expose our identities. It would be troublesome if those beastmen found out. Gray sighed in relief and muttered to himself. He thought that he had escaped Lamassu's sphere of influence, so he rode over on his unicorn. Hello, friends of the undead. Gray deliberately put down his arrogant attitude and tried his best to put on an amiable expression. When he saw Ron's group, he couldn't help but stare blankly. You're humans? It was no wonder that Gray and Alice's expressions were a bit unnatural. They were disguised as humans. They didn't expect that the fake would meet the real deal. This was awkward. However, Gray's expression quickly returned to normal. We're a caravan from the main plane of order. Thank you for saving us. Hee hee, I didn't expect that you're all humans. Speaking of which, we're all of the same race. Seeing the slowly approaching Cronia, Gray tactfully held his tongue. Humans were spread across the various main planes. Impersonating a human was the easiest thing to do. Moreover, there were many humans in the Order main plane who were loyal to the Angels. Since we're all humans, there's no need to be polite. It's normal for us to help each other. My name is Ron. What about you? Ron narrowed his eyes and carefully sized up Gray, Alice, and the others. In order to hide his identity, he used the Dragonbone staff. The Calamity God staff was too eye-catching, and he was afraid that the people of the Order plane would recognize him. Alice, Shea, both parties briefly introduced themselves. At this time, Gray asked, Mr. Ron, where are you going? Forgotten City. Ron replied, What a coincidence. Gray stared for a moment before smiling and saying, We're also going to the Forgotten City. Looks like we can travel together and take care of each other. Perhaps because Gray's appearance gave people a good impression, Ron hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Gray was very enthusiastic towards Ron and the others. After knowing that Ron and the others didn't have any horses, he immediately lent the unicorn of his dead comrade to Ron. Both parties chatted, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. May I know what business Mr. Gray is in? Ron rode on the back of the unicorn and asked with a smile. The unicorn under him was somewhat restless. With a light pat from Ron, the unicorn became well-behaved. Artistic carvings and jewelry. Gray said, To tell you the truth, Mr. Ron, the Order plane is most famous for these two things. Our carvings are very exquisite and full of artistic aura. These works of art are engraved with magic arrays. When placed in a home, bedroom, or a living room, they have a special effect. They have always been very popular with customers from all major planes. The Forgotten City is our first stop in the undead plane. I hope we can find some business opportunities here. Gray narrowed his eyes and changed the topic. He said to Ron, May I know why Mr. Ron is going to the Forgotten City? We're undead from the Sunset Mountain Range. We're going to the Forgotten City to buy some things. Ron said with a smile. Of course, he wouldn't tell Gray his real purpose. Both parties had their own ulterior motives. They chatted casually and didn't get to the point. Only Alice and Shea spoke a few more words. Shea always had that ice-cold face, which made Alice feel very bored. Soon, both parties fell into silence. They lowered their heads and hurried on with their journey. Not long after, the sky turned dark. Ron and Gray discussed for a while, and both parties set up camp separately. They don't look like humans to me. Outside Ron's tent, Ron, Shea, and Ron sat in a circle. Ron said bluntly, I don't know why, but these people give me a feeling that they're hiding something. Although Gray and the others looked polite on the surface, they had an attitude of keeping people at arm's length and were very arrogant. Cronia raised her eyebrows. No one doesn't hide anything when they're outside. In the Order plane, there are only humans and angels. Maybe they're from the angel race. Angels? Ron was slightly taken aback. He recalled meeting the Son of God, Andrew, 10 years ago in the Noah continent. These people's temperament was indeed similar to Andrew's. They were equally arrogant and condescending. Although Gray's words were polite, the arrogance hidden in his heart couldn't be concealed no matter what. But those fellows from the Order plane are all like that. They're arrogant and condescending, as if they're 2 or 5 million. This is their tradition. Cronia smiled. But so what if they're really angels in disguise? It has nothing to do with us. Besides, can't angels be merchants? Ron thought about it and agreed. Even if they were from the angel race, what did it have to do with him? It seemed that he was indeed overthinking. On the other side of Ron, Gray and the others were also sitting in a circle. There was a magic lamp on the ground in front of them. This magic lamp was a statue of a naked girl. This girl was kneeling on the ground with her hands raised, holding a bright magic stone that was emitting a resplendent light. The light illuminated everyone's faces. These undead are very strong. Gray was the first to break the silence. Especially that guy called Ron. He gives me a very dangerous feeling. Isn't it just an undead? Alice smiled contemptuously. If I'm not afraid of exposing my identity, I can deal with them at any time. These Ramasu actually killed 2 of our companions. Alice's face revealed a strong, murderous intent. This debt has to be settled with the orcs. We're here to inquire about information. Don't complicate matters. A female companion beside Alice said softly. Everything is to complete the mission. That's right. Gray looked at the female companion approvingly. The Forgotten City must be in the hands of our Holy Light Angel Corps. The Forgotten City originally didn't belong to the orcs. They've occupied it for so long and obtained so many benefits. It's time for them to give it up. At this point, Gray paused. As long as we control this place, we'll be able to control the entire Hakant district and establish our forces. It turned out that these caravans were the Holy Light Angel Corps from the Order Main Plane. Their purpose was the same as Ron's, to inquire about the actual situation of the Forgotten City, as well as the orcs' military strength and deployment, and so on, in preparation for the Holy Light Angel Corps' next attack on the Forgotten City. The previous few times the Holy Light Angel Corps had come to the Forgotten City to investigate, they had been discovered by the orcs. Fortunately, there had been no conflict, but the consequences were enough to make the orcs vigilant. This time, they had learned their lesson and disguised themselves as caravans to enter the Forgotten City. Ugly orcs, they shouldn't exist in this beautiful world. Alice snorted coldly. However, these undead are also a trash race. They actually allowed these ugly orcs to occupy their main cities and abuse their power. It's no wonder that all the forces in the main plane don't take these guys seriously. Haha, Alice, you're wrong. Let me tell you, don't underestimate the undead. Gray looked at Alice and smiled. If it's the current undead, they can indeed be described as a trash race, but 100,000 years ago, Gray's smile disappeared, and a serious expression appeared on his face. You may not know, but 100,000 years ago, the Scourge Corps once attacked the Legion of Holy Angels City amongst the clouds. What? City amongst the clouds? The Legion of Holy Angels' main city? When everyone heard this, they couldn't believe their ears. What was the Legion of Holy Angels? The most powerful main battle legion in the Order Main Plane, and even in the entire Alliance of Justice. It was the most powerful legion. Until now, the Legion of Holy Angels had become 10 times stronger, while the Legion of Holy Angels had declined. Under this comparison, the Holy Light Angel Corps was only second. The strength of the Legion of Holy Angels from 100,000 years ago was simply unimaginable. That's right. It's hard to imagine, isn't it? Gray smiled. 100,000 years ago, I was still a small, ordinary angel in the Holy Light Angel Corps. When I received the distress signal from the city amongst the clouds, Lord Angel Emily didn't dare to be negligent and immediately ordered the 3rd Legion to retreat. I was among them. Everyone held their breaths as they listened, not daring to breathe too loudly. One day, Gray solemnly raised a finger. In just one day, 24 hours, the Angel Corps sent out by the Holy Light Angels was defeated by the Scourge Corps. At that time, I only saw blood all over the ground, as well as falling angel corpses, roaring undead, low bugles, and blood-red skull flags fluttering in the wind. In my memory, I could only keep running far away. I've never run so pathetically. In the battles against the Hell Legion, the Orc Legion, and the Abyss Legion, I've never thought that a powerful angel could be defeated so badly on the battlefield. Is this true? The undead from 100,000 years ago were really that powerful? That female angel swallowed her saliva and exclaimed, "The powerful ones weren't the undead, but the Scourge Corps. Actually, it's about the same." At that time, the Scourge Corps was the symbol of the undead. Gray pressed his chest. Even now, when I hear the bugles of the undead, I still feel a little scared. This might be the aftereffects of that war. Then why are the undead now so different from the undead back then? They're not strong at all. and they give people the impression that they're very weak. Alice frowned, obviously not believing Gray's words. If Gray wasn't their captain, she would have questioned him directly. Maybe they're lacking a kind of spirit. Gray thought for a while and said, "At that time, the undead were all courageous and unafraid of death. You didn't see it. There were hundreds of millions of undead, a black sea of skeletons, and you couldn't see the end of it. Their attacks to the sky were like rain. That kind of shock really can't be described with words." Gray's mouth was dry from talking, and he drank a mouthful of water. The undead now, including the so-called Scourge Corps, are not at the same level at all. They're just wearing the name of the Scourge Corps. Then what happened in the end? Did the Scourge Corps fail in the end? A male angel asked. Of course they failed. Don't you see that the city amongst the clouds is still fine? The Legion of Holy Angels is still the #1 main battle legion in the main plane of order? Alice said. She was a little dissatisfied with the Holy Angels. In fact, all the forces in the main plane of order had a very complicated feeling towards the Legion of Holy Angels. They were both powerful and indispensable. I'm not too sure about what happened in the end. Gray hesitated for a moment and said, I only know that the Lich King of the Scourge Corps and the Archangel Michael fought in the city amongst the clouds. I don't know who won, but I heard that the Archangel Michael was defeated again and again before retreating to the city amongst the clouds. Then, for some reason, the Scourge Corps retreated and the Legion of Holy Angels suffered a great loss. The Lich King seems to have died, and the undead have been declining until now. Their Archangel Michael was the most powerful angel in the main plane of order. The Archangel Emily of the Legion of Holy Light was far inferior to him. However, only the Scourge Corps from 100,000 years ago could beat the Legion of Holy Angels into such a sorry state. So we won. The male angel's eyes were full of excitement. I told you, we angels are the most powerful. From the results, we won, but we don't know what the situation was at that time. Gray took a deep breath and said, in short, we can't underestimate the undead. The next morning, the two teams set off again. This time, with Cronia leading the way, Gray and the others traveled very smoothly. They only took 5 days to reach the Forgotten City. The Forgotten City was more majestic and grand than any city Ron had ever seen. This was a building from the main plane, and Cronia had long been used to it. Only Ron saw it for the first time. There are still traces of the undead on the mottled city walls. However, the tall watchtowers outside the city walls destroyed this harmony. This showed that this was a city that already belonged to the orcs. Below the huge city gates stood fully armed orc soldiers. When the undead saw them, they could only lower their heads and slowly walk over. They didn't even dare to raise their heads to look at them. Mr. Ron, let's part here. Gray smiled at Ron in a friendly manner. What a pleasant journey. Unfortunately, it was too short. That's right. Ron also politely returned the greeting. I'm very grateful for Mr. Gray's warm hospitality along the way. After both sides bowed, Ron returned the unicorn to Gray and disappeared into the crowd with Shea and Cronia. Chapter 863. Walking into Forgotten City. All he could see were the undead. From time to time, there would be a few beastmen or other races, just as Cronia said. The undead plane no longer belongs to the undead. The former masters of the land of the undead are now nothing more than slaves. They have no dignity at all. These foreign species have instead become the rulers of the undead plane. Ron stood on the commercial street of Forgotten City, feeling a myriad of emotions. He looked at the undead coming and going. Although this place was abnormally lively, it didn't belong to the undead. From time to time, a team of fully armed beastmen would pass by, and the undead passing by would dodge, fear in their eyes. What was the reason for the original masters to become slaves now? Was it really just because of faith? Out of the way, an unbearably rude beastman muttered in a rough voice and directly bumped over, using his huge body and powerful strength to squeeze a path, as if the entire street belonged to him. Ron felt his body being bumped and pushed to the side. Oomph. A trace of anger flashed in Shea's eyes. She didn't dodge and directly faced the Beastman head-on. Heavy armor brushed past, creating a series of sparks. The Beastman staggered and almost fell to the ground after being bumped by Shea. Damned undead. Seeing that the one who bumped into him was actually a Death Knight, the Beastman roared and was about to attack in exasperation. At this time, he saw Shea's gaze and immediately trembled. Shea also glared at the Beastman. Her eyes narrowed, emitting a trace of hostility. Shea's meaning was very clear. If you want to attack, then do it. Shea and the Beastman confronted each other on the street, immediately frightening Cronia and the surrounding undead. Who is this person? Heavens, she's actually confronting the Beastman? Is she going to fight? She's simply reckless. The surrounding undead looked at the two people in the vortex. Some of their eyes were full of worry and fear, while others were gloating. In the eyes of these undead, orcs were powerful and barbaric, while undead represented lowly and lowly. In the Forgotten City, orcs were supreme existences, and Shea's actions were simply seeking death in the eyes of the other undead. It's over. Cronia sighed, thinking this Shea just won't stop. Now that she's clashing with that Beastman, everything will be over once the Beastman guard arrive. This Beastman was also a Beastman, and also a powerful warrior with the strength of the Divine Realm. If he really fought with Shea, it was unknown who would win, but Shea was confident that she could defeat him. Ron's palms were full of sweat. At this moment, his heart was full of entanglement. On one hand, he hoped that Shea would teach the Beastman a lesson, but on the other hand, he was afraid of exposing his identity and failing at the last step. Finally, the Beastman cowered. Ron saw cowardice in his eyes, and under Shea's fearless eyes, he chose to retreat. You just fucking wait and see. The Beastman fiercely spat and threw down a sentence to put on a brave front. He stepped aside for Shea, turned around, and left. Phew! With no more drama to watch, the surrounding undead heaved a sigh of relief and slowly dispersed. Some people's eyes clearly carried some disappointment, thinking, how could this Beastman be so cowardly? It's not logical. What's wrong with you? After the Beastman left, Cronia's mouth was full of complaints. If we really fought here, would we still be able to complete our mission? I'm afraid we'd be directly captured by the Beastman and thrown into prison. I'm not afraid. Shea's expression was still cold. She glanced at Cronia and said with conviction, I didn't do anything wrong. I don't cause trouble, and I'm not afraid of trouble. Also, didn't that guy shrink back? You. Cronia was so angry that she couldn't say anything. She really didn't have much of a way to deal with Shea. I'll let it go this time, but don't be so impulsive next time. Ron muttered to himself for a long time before finally saying something. He knew that Shea's actions were to help him vent his anger, and he was truly moved. However, being moved was one thing, but right now, completing the mission was the most important thing. If his identity was exposed and he was forced to flee the city, then the losses would outweigh the gains. The successor of the Lich King, the owner of the Calamity God staff, he believed that many forces would be interested in strangling this powerful future opponent in the bud. Shea didn't say anything. She didn't dare to go against Ron's orders. Let's go. Let's take a look at the largest tavern in Forgotten City. Ron reached out and patted Cronia's shoulder. Only then did Cronia come back to her senses. Cronia nodded and led Ron and Shea through a few streets, arriving in front of a dusky tavern. The tavern was very small, about the size of a room. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary house. Ron raised his head and looked at the signboard in front of the tavern. Tombstone. This was the name of the tavern. This is the largest tavern in Forgotten City. Ron didn't quite believe it. No, I couldn't get any information from that place. My men are inside, Cronia said in a low voice. She pressed down the hood on her head, quickly pushed open the half-open door, and walked in. Ron and Shea looked at each other. He knew that Cronia had been operating in Hakant for many years and had her own channels of information. He also followed behind her and walked in. The tavern was very small, very dark, and even a little gloomy. However, it was very quiet. Judging from the number of customers, this tavern's business wasn't very good. At the window sill, an undead wearing a black robe was lying on the table. From the smell of alcohol, he seemed to be drunk. "Sit." A maid wearing a black maid uniform led Ron and the other two to a table. She rudely pointed at them and turned to leave. Not long later, according to Cronia's instructions, fragrant rum was served. "Please enjoy." Dong, dong, dong. 3 cups of rum were placed on the table, spilling more than half of the table. Cronia didn't mind. She raised the cup in her hand and took a sip. The tavern was very quiet. The 3 of them chatted here and there, but they didn't get to the main topic. They drank 1 cup of rum after another. After several hours, the sky was about to turn dark. Ron was still calm, but Shea was a little anxious. Cronia's men didn't seem to have appeared. Shea said coldly, "Cronia, didn't you want to scout for information? We've been sitting in this place for so long and haven't done anything. It's not a good habit to waste time." "Don't worry," Cronia smiled. "I've already left a mark along the way. If that guy sees it, he'll definitely come." Ron glanced at Shea, indicating for her to keep quiet. Shea gritted her teeth and could only swallow her anger. The 3 of them sat for a while, but couldn't find anything to talk about. Seeing that the sky was about to turn dark, Cronia couldn't sit still anymore and said that she wanted to go out and look for someone. After Cronia left, the wooden door of the tavern was pushed open with a creak. Accompanied by a strong smell of alcohol, a short, sloppy old undead with an unshaven beard wearing a gray robe walked in. This old beggar was holding a rope in his hand and dragging a huge oak barrel. This kind of oak barrel was used to store alcohol. This old beggar came in and placed the barrel at the door. Then, with a smile on his face, he went from table to table, asking for alcohol to drink. Naturally, no one paid attention to the dirty old beggar. The customers at the other tables acted as if they had seen the plague, waving their hands to chase him away. This old beggar wasn't angry. He walked to the next table with a smile and continued to ask for alcohol. This old beggar seemed to be a regular customer of the tavern. The maids and the tavern owner didn't chase him away. At this time, the old beggar had already seen Ron and Shea's table. His eyes lit up and he walked over. "Respected Death Knight, your courage is like an eternal and inextinguishable radiance, illuminating the entire mortal plane." As soon as the old beggar came, he praised Shea with all his might. On the other hand, he was drooling as he stared at the half-drunk rum in front of Shea. It had to be said that this guy's eloquence was pretty good. However, he was interrupted by Shea before he could finish. "Go away. Don't bother me. If you come again, I'll kill you." Shea was in a bad mood. She glared at him with her almond-shaped eyes and was about to get angry. The old beggar's praises were rebutted back by Shea. She even saw through his trick. He could only smile embarrassedly and was about to leave when he was stopped by Ron. "Old mister, do you want a drink? Take this glass of wine and drink it," Ron said. He pushed the still full glass in front of him. It was filled with inferior rum. Seeing the old beggar, Ron thought of his grandfather and couldn't help but sympathize with him. The old beggar's eyes lit up and he said happily, "Thank you. Thank you so much. Respected necromancer, you are the most generous person in the world." After saying that, he respectfully bowed and left with the glass of wine. The old beggar was holding a glass bigger than his head. He carefully sat in the oak barrel that was bigger than his body and happily tasted the wine in the glass. After drinking, this guy threw the glass in his hand and actually fell asleep in the barrel. So this wine barrel is his home. This drunkard. Ron couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw this scene. He had seen many people who were addicted to alcohol, but this was the first person who lived in an oak barrel. Shea frowned. Why isn't Cronia back yet? Just then, Cronia pushed open the door of the tavern and walked in. At this moment, her face was very dejected. She sat down and drank the rum in front of her in one gulp. "I can't find him. I don't know where that guy ran off to. I searched several streets, but couldn't find him." "It's fine if you can't find him. It's the same if you ask around. Isn't it just how many beastmen are stationed in Forgotten City? It's a very simple matter. Ron comforted her. This is different. Cronia raised her red eyes and said, "This guy is very well informed. He knows some things that we can't find out." "Who is he?" Ron asked curiously. Chapter 864. Tombstone Tavern in a dark corner. What? You want to attack the Forgotten City? The oak barrel sage, who was drinking more than half of his rum, trembled and almost lost his grip on the cup. His eyes widened in disbelief. That's right, Mr. Zilio. Cronia glanced at the oak barrel sage and lowered her voice. We, the Shadow Bandits, do have such a plan. That's crazy. The oak barrel sage smiled bitterly and took a sip of his rum. The oak barrel sage was only his nickname. His name was Zilio. I didn't expect you to have such a crazy plan. That's not right. Zilio paused for a moment as if he had thought of something. He stared at Cronia with his slightly drunken eyes. So, the disappearance of Osama's 5,000 orcs in the Sunset Mountain Range was also your doing. Cronia, Ron, and Shea looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. As expected of a sage, he could deduce so many things from such small clues. Although he was not strong, Cronia said that he had some prediction ability. Could it be true? Just as Cronia was hesitating whether she should answer this question, Zilio turned to Ron. Sir, are you a hero? Hero was only a title. Zilio was referring to Ron's strength. He was a god. That's right. After the initial shock, Ron quickly calmed down. Instead of being so secretive, he might as well admit it. With 20,000 undead from the Shadow Bandits defeating 5,000 orcs, it would be strange if there was nothing else. Ron told Zilio his identity without hesitation. Necromancer. God. Zilio's expression became agitated and his lips trembled. At this moment, a thought flashed through his mind. The return of the undead and the rebirth of the Lich. Could this be a sign of the great calamity? What? Zilio's voice was too soft. Ron, Shea, and Cronia did not hear him clearly and were stunned. Nothing. Feeling that he had let the cat out of the bag, he immediately stopped and changed the topic. Although they have the help of a deity's power, the Dark Shadow Bandits are ultimately still too weak. They're no match for the Frostwolf Corps. Haslio paused for a moment, finishing the inferior rum in his cup in one gulp. Miss Cronia, although I really want to help you, I have to advise you to give up on this idea. The Frostwolf Legion attaches great importance to this stronghold of Forgotten City. According to my estimates, the Frostwolf Legion's strength is no less than 300,000. 300,000? Even though she was mentally prepared, Cronia could not help but cry out. If that was really the case, they would not be able to take over the Forgotten City. The 100,000 undead would not even be enough to fill the gaps between the orc army's teeth. Then there's no other way. Cronia's expression dimmed as she said dejectedly, "But it's strange." Zilio muttered to himself. The number of orc soldiers on the streets seems to have increased over the past few days. They're patrolling the surroundings as if they're facing a great enemy. This is something that happened after Osama died. Logically speaking, for the 100,000 undead, this shouldn't be happening at all. The orcs are simply going to start a war. Ron took a deep breath. Whether or not the orcs were going to start a war, or who they were fighting against, did not matter to him. What he cared about was how to obtain the Forgotten City and obtain the Black Crystal Mine. Mr. Zilio, is there really no other way? Ron continued to ask, unwilling to give up. He could tell that Zilio wanted to say something, but was hesitating. Zilio sighed. Since the Lich King has asked, I can only tell you, if we want to take over the Forgotten City, we must borrow an even greater power. Zilio rolled his eyes and said, an even greater power? Ron, Shea, and Cronia looked at each other, their eyes full of questions. Queen Lolth of the Spider Kingdom in the southern mountains of the Cerrito district. She's a powerful crypt lord with the strength of a god. If we can obtain her help, taking over the Forgotten City won't be a problem. Queen Lolth of the Spider Kingdom? Crypt lord? Ron furrowed his brows. Are you sure she'll help us? It shouldn't be a problem. if you're really the Lich King's successor. Zilio waved his hand, gesturing for the maid to bring another cup of wine. 100,000 years ago, she was the Lich King's most loyal follower. After the Scourge Church's defeat, in order to avoid being dealt with by the Justice Alliance, and because she couldn't stand the actions of the god of calamity Fismai and the Dreadlord Saruman, she returned to her home, the underground Spider Kingdom, and lived in seclusion. After the war, the Justice Alliance and the Evil Alliance were in chaos, and no one cared about her. If you're really the successor appointed by the Lich King Hermes, and you have the Calamity Staff, I believe that she'll help you. Lolth is the queen of the underground Spider Kingdom, and controls tens of millions of crypt spiders. These powerful undead creatures will be your greatest help. But what? Hearing this, Ron was moved. He had the Lich King's divinity and the Calamity Staff, the symbol of the Scourge Army. If what Zilio said was true, Queen Lolth would naturally take into account their old friendship. However, when he heard Zilio say, but Ron was a little anxious. The spatial gate, Zilio said, a rare serious expression on his face. Night had fallen, and the entire Forgotten City was covered in a layer of shadow. On the dimly lit streets, Ron, Shea, and Cronia scurried through the streets like nimble cats, quickly disappearing around the corner. The spatial gate. After receiving Zilio's hint, Ron and the other two quickly understood the crux of the matter. In order to seize the Forgotten City, apart from having a powerful military force, they also had to destroy the spatial gate and cut off the Orc Frostwolf army's continuous reinforcements. This way, the Orcs of the Forgotten City would become a lone army, and with the help of the Spider Queen and the undead in Lolth's city, they would be able to seize the Forgotten City. Although this plan wasn't perfect, it was already the best plan. Otherwise, just relying on the strength of the 100,000 undead in Sunset City was simply impossible. Black Crystal Mine. We have already arrived at the Forgotten City's Black Crystal Mine. 3 black silhouettes appeared beside a city wall, carefully crouching. Cronia whispered to Ron and Shea. From a simple map of the Forgotten City's defenses that Zilio had drawn for Cronia, the location of the spatial gate was not far from the Black Crystal Mine. In order to reach the spatial gate, they had to pass through the Black Crystal Mine. Regardless of whether it was the Black Crystal Mine or the spatial gate, they were both important areas of the Forgotten City. This place was heavily guarded by Orc soldiers. Although the sky was already completely dark, groups of Orc soldiers were still patrolling. Their vigilant gazes swept over everything in the surroundings, and even a fly couldn't fly past. Black Crystal Mine. Ron slightly raised his head, quietly sizing up the environment below. He saw that under the sturdy city wall, a huge crater with a diameter of about 2 to 3 kilometers appeared before his eyes. This was a large-scale black crystal mine. Over a few billion equivalents of black crystal mine erupted with a vast amount of origin energy. The amount of black crystal coins mined every day was in the tens of thousands. There was no industry more profitable than mining black crystal coins. At this time, Ron saw many orcs going in and out of the huge black crystal mine. These orcs looked a bit thinner than ordinary orcs, but they were still much stronger than humans. Cronia told Ron that these orcs were the lowest-level orc laborers, specialized in hard labor. The orcs' buildings weren't directly summoned from the ground like the undead. Instead, they used these laborers to construct buildings. The undead's buildings weren't suitable for orcs, so the Frostwolf Corps recruited a large number of orc laborers here. Aside from mining Black Crystal Mine, they also did heavy labor, such as repairing the city walls and building defensive towers. Everything Ron did was for this Black Crystal Mine in front of him. With it, he would be able to obtain the Forgotten City and expand the population by 100 times. With more people, he would have an even more powerful army. Ron excitedly clenched his fists, one after another grand plans brewing in his mind. Let's go. At this moment, Cronia's deep voice snapped Ron out of his thoughts. Only then did he notice that the patrolling orc soldiers had already walked far away. Let's go. Ron took a deep breath. His figure flashed, and he quickly disappeared into the night. Space Gate. Ron, Shea, and Cronia quickly arrived at the spatial gate of the Forgotten City. This was a place that connected the main plane of power to the Forgotten City. To be precise, it wasn't a gate, but two massive stone pillars. The two pillars were about 80 meters apart, and the pillars were covered in orc totem patterns. When the spatial gate activated, the two pillars' magic arrays would light up, forming a huge spatial vortex. Once the spatial gate opened, an endless stream of orc soldiers would pour in for the other side of the main plane. Because of this, the spatial gate's security was even stricter than the Black Crystal Mine. There were sentries everywhere, and they were all fully armed orc soldiers as well as several dozen Frostwolf Knights. These beasts with a keen sense of smell weren't easy to deal with. They might not be strong, but it wouldn't be difficult for them to discover them. Fortunately, Cronia was a professional thief. She had applied powder on the three of them before coming, covering their scents and preventing these wolves from smelling them. The three of them were hiding behind a watchtower. At this moment, Ron heard Cronia's voice. "Careful, someone's coming." When Ron and Shea heard this, they immediately hid themselves. Sure enough, a group of fully armed orc soldiers walked over with uneven steps. "Sigh, after standing for an entire day, I'm exhausted," the leader of the orcs said. "Yeah, it's been a long time since I've been this nervous." "Is it going to be a big battle?" another orc asked. "It seems like it. With the atmosphere now, I can smell the smoke from the battlefield," said the orc from before. "Hee war? But who are we fighting? The undead?" Lord Long can't really be thinking that the disappearance of Osama and the 5,000 soldiers a few days ago was the work of the undead, right? Another orc laughed. "We mobilized so many troops just to deal with the weak undead. That's ridiculous." "That's not it," the leader of the orcs muttered to himself. "Have you forgotten? According to the investigation report some time ago, angels seem to have appeared around the Forgotten City." "Angels?" "That's right. Angels from the main plane of order. I heard that they belong to the Holy Light Army. So, our enemy this time is the Holy Light Army?" Hearing this news, an orc's voice trembled. One could hear his fear. "Is the news true?" You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.